What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
To have any chance. He's won them all. Because he's going to Saturday night. Another Saturday. But it's a special Saturday that the King will stay undefeated. And that's what Spivey does. Double 12. That is incredible. This time he does find the bottom left corner. It's 50% on doubles. He only needs one more. And it's right in the corner. Absolutely incredible.
The new Modus Super Series champion!
Yeah, welcome along to the final night of qualifying for finals night, when that trophy will be in the hands of the Series 10 champion. Good evening. Group B is going to conclude tonight. 3 places remain. 2 players almost there, but 3 players already there at Champions Night, and 2 people who will be here as well, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar. Guys, quick word on this afternoon. Scott Campbell already was through. Mervyn King and Jensen Walker, who played that Group A campaign, both joined him.
Yeah, Jensen Walker's the only person in Champions Night so far who's done it somewhat comfortably. Scott Campbell did it a very difficult way by bringing his best starts towards the end of Group A, but Mervyn King, he was sweating it. But he brought what he needed to just at the right time, winning his last game, getting himself into the Champions Night, a huge moment for Mervyn. But yeah, I think Walker's going to be very happy he got it done well before the cut-off.
Yeah, on Mervyn King, Matt, Scott Mitchell was saying earlier in the week that when he dropped into Group C, there was a worry that he, the favourite, might not be at Champions Night, but he did manage to make it through.
Yeah, and there was worrying signs as well this afternoon. He had to put absolutely everything he had in to get through, and he did. He was tired by the end of it. But he's got plenty of time now to sort of go recuperate, get ready for finals night. And it means a lot to him. When we listened to Mervyn King at the end of the session, he was comparing this against things like the IDL, against things like the World Masters, real big major trophies that are on his cabinet. And he's comparing this title alongside those. This will mean a lot to him, certainly, when you look at where he is in the game right now.
Absolutely. Confirmation then of the 3 finalists for Champions Night. Scott Campbell, winner of Group A, Jensen Walker, winner of Group C, runner-up Mervyn King, and all will be decided in Group B this evening. The table looks like this going into this evening's action. Sam Spivey top of it on leg difference from Derek Coulson in second. Shane McGurk occupies that final provisional place, but Devon Peterson and David Davis still definitely in the mix, and largely that's because of that final result when Derek Coulson got the better of Sam Spivey, stopping him going through the card. But both those players know exactly what they need to do tonight, don't they?
Yes, they do. They need to get off to a really good start, and they could do with a couple of results going their way, that's for sure. Looking at the numbers, Devon Peterson was adrift last night. He cannot play the way he did last night, otherwise there's no chance of him going through to Champions Night. David Davies had some befuddling numbers. We'll get into those in commentary. But I think there's a great chance he can qualify tonight, but it does depend very much on the first couple of rounds. He's got to win his first game against McGurk, and I think whoever wins the second game, he could do with them going away with the group, but not beating him along the way.
What about Shane McGurk then? Because he's had a strange old week. He was clinging on for his Group B spot in Group A, and it didn't start well for him last night, but he's ended up in the middle of the table.
Yeah, it didn't start well, but it certainly finished well, and that's the continuum that he's going to be hoping to continue on and to sort of move through. The doubles was the problem for him. He had the lowest checkout percentage of anybody in this group, and that was below our sort of par average of 33%. But yet still got 2 wins, still in a qualifying position. So there's a clear issue but yet he's still in contention. So if he can put that right, if he can get that doubling percentage up with the rest of the pack, he could get 3, maybe 4 wins tonight and get himself through to Saturday night.
Yeah, well, the odds for winning the group are, as you can see there, Derek Coulson and Sam Spivey, both heavy favourites. Shane McGurk, I mean, the bookies fancy him to get through. They've done it in current league order. But there are only 4 points from top to bottom. Stranger things have happened. Devon Peterson at 25-1, David Davis at 33 could be worth £1 of someone's money.
Strange things do happen when it comes to finals week. It's as simple as that. We saw it in Group C. You think about what happened with King and what happened with Walker. They were top at the end of round number 5. So they go in and then they, at the end of it, are in the Champions Night at the end of round 10. It wasn't that simple. On paper, it looked simple. It was anything but. You've got to join us for the ride to see what happens. And anybody who's 5th right now has got a chance of making 3rd or even 2nd. But somebody has got to win this group. I can't put my finger on who it's going to be.
Well, Champions Night is getting ever closer. The 10 matches you're going to see tonight will be the final 10 games before Saturday's showpiece for Series 10. Who's going to be there, Matt? We know 3 of them. Which 3 are going to join them?
Well, looking at the odds there, they think that those are the 3 that are going to be going through, the 3 that are currently in the position as things stand. In Group C, there wasn't much movement. It was the 2 players that started, and I think we're going to get the same story again. I think there's going to be a few nervy moments for the players. There's going to be a few sort of twists and turns, but ultimately I think the 3 that are in position right now, Coulson, Spivey and Shane McGurk, will be the final 3 into Saturday.
My gut reaction is top 2 and David Davies. I think we're going to see a rescue act, but he's got to get off to a big start. If he loses to McGurk, it's a long shot. To
see a rescue act as well, maybe someone has to fall away. The match between Spivey and Coulson is early in the evening as well. Is the loser of that suddenly looking over their shoulder?
They will be, but I believe the way they play the game and the way they're able to handle pressure, I think they will withstand that and respond. I cannot, for the life of me, think that Derek Coulson will not make this Champions Night. He's just been so good this week. If he doesn't make it, it will be one of the stories of the first 10 series.
Well, we'll know by the end of the evening, and we'll know by the end of tomorrow night who will be joining the illustrious Roll of Honour at the Modus Super Series. And Friday presents a final chance for players to make it through to the big event on Saturday night, the Series 10 finale, where £25,000 will be pocketed by one player, along with a place at the ADC Global Championship, where a further £60,000 could be won, and of course that magnificent trophy on offer for the victor tomorrow night. But tonight's about getting there, and Shane McGurk put himself in a decent position when he won this match 4-2 last night. He has 4 points in the table. David Davis has a couple, but as Paul particularly was just saying there, he played some really good stuff over the course of the evening and could be the one to launch a great escape. Was that the last Champions Night? Will he be there again? We'll have to get to work against McGurk in this opener. Paul Hinks, the referee, overseeing proceedings this evening. 10 titanic tungsten tussles coming your way, and guiding you through all of the action, it is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
First leg, Shane to throw first. Game on.
I love that line, Murph. Get to work against McGurk. I don't think Shane likes it. But strap yourselves in for some late night action
100.
here. This could get good right away, because David Davies, he can't afford a slow start tonight. If he gets the win against Shane here,
45.
he is right in the mix. And Shane is very aware of how dangerous David Davies can be. I'm sure that's why he played so well against him in the early hours.
I think this is where the interesting dynamic of the Super Series really comes into play, because for these players, this is the first game of the evening. They're going to feel like they might need to settle in the opening leg, just get into their stride. However, in regards to play, in regards to the tournament, in regards to the group, we're actually at the halfway point and we're really in the meat of the tournament.
97.
Doesn't seem that long ago that it was 95 on the monitor. That we were 95 games away from Champions Night.
55.
That's only 10 now. Permission to get excited, sir. Permission granted.
100.
It's a solid start from Shane. It is anything but from Davies. But is this first leg a bit of a bonus for him to find his range because he doesn't have the darts?
96. Shane McCall,
Yeah, that's sometimes a
144.
benefit not having the darts, certainly if you are a bit of a slow starter. That's inviting. We have seen in the past, haven't we, players give the darts away. Phil
120.
Taylor famously used to always give the throw away. Winning the bullseye didn't mean you thrown first, it meant you had the choice to throw first.
And he only ever did, and other people that we've been made aware of over the years who have only done so in long format games.
85. Shane McCall,
Never
24.
anything this short. That just wouldn't make sense.
Doing a David Evans halfway down the hockey. 4 times this afternoon David Evans did that. And then he recovered it well.
Game shown
That's
the
a
first
lovely
leg,
dart from Shane.
McGurk.
Not so much off to a flyer,
Second leg, David to throw first.
but off to a
Game
solid
on.
start.
I mean, I'll back that point up about people not doing it over certain formats, because I was traditionally one person who would deliberately throw away the bullseye.
100.
I've thrown at double six, I've thrown at treble 20, I've thrown at tops, all sorts of, but never in this format. A best of 11 was the shortest I ever did that in.
58.
When you're playing best of 11 or something longer, you're bound to get a break through at some point.
That was exactly the thought. You'll get an opportunity and it's down to you to take it. And look at this here with David Davies.
135.
Much better second leg, proving that point that he didn't, or he's better off against the darts in this one. Having that leg to settle.
57.
I was doing a bit of a calculation earlier on. David Davies, first night of Group B, averaged
84.
97 and change and was bottom. I've never seen that before in any group. And you might think to yourself,
97.
well, what was he doing at the end of legs? Surely his doubles percentage must be bad. It was 42%. Davies had every right to leave this place in the early hours of this
40.
morning saying, how on earth am I fifth? He had the same amount of legs won in the daily campaign
100.
as Shane
David Carr,
and Devin
142.
Peterson. But he was fifth. He can't stay there if he wants to play tomorrow night.
But it's how you process that as well, isn't it? Because he could come away and go, well, if I continue to play like that,
30.
I'm going to do okay. But it doesn't always work that way. Again, I can draw a comparison from a personal experience of my own where I was playing Darius Labanauskas, our series champion at the World Championship. Lost the opening set 3-0, averaging
David Carr,
97.
112.
Logic says, continue to do that, you'll be okay. But you come out, you go, I need to find more. I need to push harder. And ultimately, you overpressurise the situation.
96.
Missed opportunity there for
Shane
David
McCall,
Davies
50.
to level up the game, and Shane McGurk a break opportunity.
Game shown the
It's
second
fabulous.
leg. Shane McGurk.
It doesn't go in straight, but it doesn't need to.
Third
What
leg,
he's
Shane
trying to do is
first.
hit the dart.
Game
That's
on.
exactly what happened. And he gets the perfect deflection for a 2-0 lead. If the Welshman's going to make Saturday night, it's going to have to be the hard way.
76.
There's going to be no easy road through Friday night and the early hours of Saturday. That is for sure.
100.
wouldn't just be a bad result here for David Davies. It'd also be a bad result for Devon Peterson,
100.
who will be sitting waiting in the wings. Could end up being 4 points away from a qualifying position before he gets onto the hockey. And we know what a little bit of scoreboard pressure can do for people.
85.
You and I were talking off air just before the broadcast started, Matt. And we believe that Devon Peterson playing third is a massive disadvantage tonight.
100.
Purely for that reason that by the time he gets to the hockey, he could be cut adrift and feel like he's chasing the exact same scenario I was just describing there in regards to David Davies. How
100.
do you process that? How do you be in that situation where you feel you're doing all right, but you need to push harder? Do you just trust the process, or do you try and force it?
39.
There is license to panic just a little bit if people are 2 wins away from you, and even if you win your next game, you're still adrift. That's a great switch from Davies.
122.
At this early stage, the gut feeling is he's going to have to take out 94 just to get into this game.
140.
Shane is
David
turning up the heat.
94.
He's gone for the treble 20 instead of the double.
54. Shane O'Carr, 46.
And McGurk can make him pay. Davies has had 1 dart at a double for that 112.
36. David O'Carr, 40.
Finally, he gets 3 darts at a double. Needs this. This has got to go.
35.
That is a
Daniel
long, long way
10.
off. That was thrown as if he knew it needed to go. And not only that, the big concern there is how good David Davies is on those targets. Certainly on tops.
No score. David O'Carr, 5.
Found the gap. Davies can resuscitate his chances on double ones. Same height as 5s.
Game shot on the third
Yeah,
leg.
that's tidy.
David Davis.
If I were him on the stage right now, I'd take a very
Fourth leg,
long
David is
inhale
first.
and a slow
Game on.
exhale and try and process the kind of pressure he's just been under.
Yeah, that'll be relief. That will got his throw back. We're back as if there wasn't a break. But does need to find a little bit more, because at
85.
the moment you feel capitalising there on the mistake of Shane McGurk.
In your experience, Matt, when you speak to aspiring players or maybe some people who are just
59.
below the level of the Modus Super Series, do you find that there's a lot of people who don't breathe properly when they're trying to process their
43.
game anxieties?
I will say yes, and I'll say also, to back that up a bit further, that is probably why they are below the level of things like the Super Series or an
100.
international platform, because they don't have those processes. They don't understand these things of how to oxygenate the blood, how to lower the heart rate, have that sort of clarity.
55.
Because if they did understand all that, I would say maybe they wouldn't be under the level of the Super Series.
And international players like Davies and McGurk, they have solutions to a lot of problems
59.
through experience and talent. And in some cases, consultation.
134.
If you don't know something, ask a question, find someone who knows the answer, and then put it into practice.
58.
Pretty much like someone last year, wasn't it? Connor Scott, if you remember, was asking a million questions of a million different people, wanted to understand everything from
92.
practice, preparation, nutrition, lifestyle, management. He literally, there was no stone unturned, and look where he is now. He's back on the tour.
Yeah, same as Ross Smith, same as Luke Humphries.
97. David O'Carr, 92.
It's becoming a thing. Double 16. Game on.
Game shot on the fourth leg. David Davis.
Now, this is not about leg difference at this stage,
Just like Shane to through first. Game
but it
on.
could be later. Leave it for later. These guys are trying to win every leg they play anyway. Let the
60.
chips fall as they may. But if in doubt, just keep winning.
$60.
I think people need to understand as well where energy comes from. What do sports people do to gain more energy if they need it? And
55.
understand how long it takes to gain that energy. You need oxygenation. You need little hits of glucose every now and again. Hydration is so important,
140.
especially in this discipline where you're going to be here between, well, in the case of Devin Peterson, he was here at 7:15 p.m. He might be here till nearly
96.
2 a.m.
And that's the bit that's missing. That understanding, I think, for a lot of people that separate the levels. That understanding of how to get the best out of
100.
yourself. Just standing and throwing darts at a board all day doesn't do the trick.
59.
Look at Shane in the background. He's feeling the pressure as well.
97.
This is not going to be a comfortable ride. This is like standing in a queue at an amusement park and looking at a very high
45.
and very twisty
David
roller
Carr,
coaster, thinking,
104.
well, this is where my stomach's going to churn.
Well, Shane's stomach may be churning right now.
64.
David Davies will come back 3 darts in hand for his favourite target of tops. And Shane McGurk, who not long ago had a handful of darts coming to the hockey for a 3-0 lead,
100.
potentially about to get broken here.
David Carr, 40.
And put David Davies a leg away from the
Game
match.
show on the 5th leg, David Davis.
This is one of the most breathless 79
Six
average
leg, David, the
games
third first.
I've ever witnessed. This is all because of
Game
where
on.
we are and why. With all due respect to the players, if this was any two players in Champions Week in this situation, we would be
60.
thinking we just want to know what's going to happen. But we know the backstories of McGurk and Davies. We know that Davies has been to a Champions Night in the previous
60.
series. He made the semis. McGurk has never been to a Champions Night. There is a possibility this evening that the ADC Global Champion and the WDF Champion of the World
140.
might not make the Champions Night.
$100.
Well, and that possibility is growing more into a probability when you look at the result here. This would be a sizable result. It would really shake up the table.
100.
What's more, just to illustrate that a little bit more, if Davies wins 4-2, he goes to third.
55.
And I do believe McGurk would go to fourth, but obviously Peterson has got the game in hand. And that is against Davies in game 3. That's before McGurk plays again.
145.
Well, everyone will be on the hockey before McGurk plays again. And to further add context, he would be against the darts against Derek Coulson.
Hates the lie. He's got to move.
139.
At least he recognised that
David
before he
Carr,
put 60
56.
on the floor, but it might not make any difference. Double top.
16.
Hold the
David Carr,
phone.
147.
And we're not going to see a 147 at darts tonight.
63.
There was one at the Crucible today
David Carr,
from
40.
Mark Allen. Fourth dart at tops.
Game shot on
And
the
that's
match,
the one
David
that wins
Davis.
the game. So it's 1-1 between McGurk and Davies in this group. And that's the start that David wanted. 81.55 his average. And when you consider what he was doing last night, that is well below anything he did on Thursday and Friday morning. But he doesn't care, because he's won by 4 legs to 2, and provisionally, he's gone to 3rd.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
We're into single numbers, aren't we? Just 9 games to go until Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, and a couple of players on stage who would expect to be there after fantastic nights in Group B yesterday. Derek Coulson and Sam Spivey both winning 3 out of their 4 fixtures. In fact, Coulson's victory over Spivey meant that Sam didn't go through the card, and had he done that, winning this match would have been enough to get him through. They're both officially 2 games away, but you would think the winner of this one has a firm foot in Champions Night. Spivey, the exciting talent from Scarborough, won week 3 of the series, won his first 3 fixtures of yesterday. Derek Coulson, who he's almost through as a Group A winner earlier in the week, the 56-year-old from Market Drayton, back at Champions Week for a second successive series, having won week 7 of this series. Is he going to cross the line tonight and put that agony when he lost his last couple of games and let Scott Campbell in to win Group A behind him? Talking you through every twist and turn, it is back to Matt and Paul.
Yeah, great result for David Davies in the first one, but essentially to the top 2, nothing has changed. They just happen to have 2 people on 4 points in pursuit.
First leg, Sam to throw first. Game on.
And as we go into this first game for these two this evening, someone has to get to 8 points. Someone will stay on 6. Spivey starts the night as the leader. But Derek Coulson, there's a huge argument to say that he was the player of the first day of this group. He had 41. The best doubles percentage at 43%, Matt. He had the most 180s. And he had the best average in a game of 108.
I think you used the word reliable or dependable when you described Derek Coulson, and I think that's just backed up there with those numbers 96. And stats.
Do you know something? I think that's an underused and undervalued word. You think about it in different contexts, and things like dependable, it can be seen as
20.
Mundane. But that wasn't. That was unfortunate. And typical Sam, he just says, oh, all right, let's move on.
That made me think of darts bowling. Because he had the dart in there, knocked it out with the other dart that fell out. It's like knocking the pins down.
It's not the name of the game, Matt. You know that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to Kelton on too well, and I can't see people training for
58.
it.
Yeah, we wouldn't recommend that. You want to have all darts in the board if you can help it.
But look how vital that is in regards to this leg now. Sam Spivey not on a finish. Derek Coulson will be first to a finish now. Courtesy of Sam having a bit of darts bowling.
I think that phrase could catch on, you know. Don't tell Gary Anderson that, whatever you do.
81.
Because he had a turkey in that game at the Worlds.
124.
That's 3 strikes. Coulson is the man who had the biggest finish yesterday. It was 121.
56.
So another thing he was leading. But the only thing he wants to lead after tonight is the table.
WK 68.
He's been making mincemeat of shots like this all week long. He was talking a fantastic game after yesterday's session with us in our studio, and he's decided to leave double 14.
54. Samuel Carr 56.
That was close.
That
was very good.
Spivey.
What a topsy-turvy first leg that was.
Second leg Derek to throw first. Game on.
Spivey, by playing 4 games last night and into the early hours, averaged about 92 for the night. But Coulson was a good 5 and a bit points better.
140.
He's averaged well over 90 every day this week. And I mean well over 90. Not your 91s and 92s. We're talking about closer to 100. If these numbers were being punched by a new sensation, let's say, it would have been making national news. But just because it's Derek,
51.
I don't want to allow the darting universe to not take notice. This is elite stuff he's been throwing this week.
Which makes you wonder
45.
how he's in the position where he's not yet qualified, and he's only 2 points clear in regards to a place as things stand.
I don't want to go too early with this, Matt, but with the completed first game
96.
and the numbers that we have from that, and the early numbers from this, are we getting early indications of just how much of a tense nature we've got on the stage and maybe
81.
in the practice room too?
There's a lot on the line, isn't there, to get through to the grand showpiece on Saturday. You know what it's like when you're first trying to achieve something. The hardest bit is getting there, and actually when you get there, you enjoy
84.
it. And I do feel like when the players get to Saturday, we'll see the best of them because they'll enjoy the moment. They'll see it as a reward for all the effort and all the hard work that's gone into it, and they'll enjoy the battle. But where you don't enjoy the battle is where you're
59.
trying to get to
car
that point.
130.
Maybe that's why Derek's taking an extra second or two before his first start to understand how comfortable or uncomfortable he is.
94.
He'll feel better when he gets his first double.
$140.
Now he's under pressure.
36. Game shot in the second
Didn't
leg.
feel like there
Derek
was
Coulson.
pressure in the end. That's more like it, a 16 darter.
Third leg summed through first. Game on.
Derek's got a lot of admirers out there. People in the senior ranks, they know how good he is. People in Shropshire, even people in Wales where he was born.
140.
There's a lot of people in the seniors ranks believe that he's going to pick it one of those big seniors televised titles.
Can't think of a reason why not. Look at what Richie Howson was able to do with the supposed twilight of his darting career. Turned himself into a different beast.
180.
Well, this is the start of Sam's career. Who knows where this will take him after this?
Just seems to be one of those players that every time we see him has just got better. Improving
60.
time on time, gaining experience, gaining exposure.
Is there anybody that he reminds you of?
59.
He's placid, he's very well spoken. He doesn't say much though. But he's a bit of a darting demon.
140. Samnikar
Your
122.
famous silent assassin type.
$86.
That'll work. Now, I presume he was going for the 6.
Yeah, I was hoping like you had a comparison when he says, "Is there anyone you remind you of?"
93.
Because
Samnikar 36.
I've been trying to put my finger on it, and his action reminds me, so I can't think who it is.
I know what it is.
18. Derek car 108.
Sean Palfrey. That's who his action reminds me of. That's 21, so he's got to go to the 17s. He's just making sure. The last thing you want to do is make a calculating error here.
$50. Samnikar 18.
Well, for a righty, double 9 can be tricky, but for a lefty, it's like a righty's double 4.
9.
And now it's
Derek
multiple
Carr,
visits.
58.
And Coulson, in this all-lefty battle, is looking at tops for a break of throw. And for the
James on
first
the third
time
leg, Derek
in this group,
Coulson.
we see a little bit of disappointment in the demeanour of Spivey.
Fourth leg, Derek to through first. Game on.
Well, it's 4-3 to Coulson yesterday when the pair met, which means for Sam Spivey, he's got the positive side where he can go, well,
125.
yes, I've lost back-to-back games, but they was to the same player. I've beat everybody else in this group. That is, of course, if Derek
100.
Coulson is to complete the job. And if he is to complete the job, you feel like we can pretty much say that's our fourth player. It won't mathematically be so, but he'll go 4 points clear.
Some sports people as well are
134.
more famous because they're lefties. Because they're just a little bit different with their dexterity.
100.
Everybody knows who Phil Mickelson is. Famous because he's a 5-time major golf champion. 3 Masters, a PGA Championship at Kiawah Island, and an Open Championship at Muirfield. Jimmy White, left-handed snooker player. The best player never to be
134.
world champion.
I like all those little interesting ones as well, where someone writes left-handed but throw their darts right-handed.
Barneville's like that.
180. Derek Carr, 108.
Isn't Littler like that as well?
He can probably do anything he wants.
Speaking of things, people can do whatever they want. Probably the most
68.
appropriate time to tell you this,
Sam
but
Nicol,
I once saw John Parr
121.
eat soup with a fork.
But that took a while. Well, that was a bad dart there from Sam.
43. Derek Carr, 40.
And Derek is looking 3-1 in the eye.
Game shot on the
What a
4-5,
great
Derek
dart that is.
Coulson.
A lot of people think that Derek Coulson is destined to make a third
Deflex Alexander through
consecutive
first.
Champions
Game on.
Night. He's yet to make a semi-final in the big showcase, but he's inching closer to 8 points and doing the double over Spivey.
97.
Who do you think is the most famous left-handed or footed sports star ever?
60.
I'm going to give you 3 examples. One I've already mentioned, Phil Mickelson, the winningest left-handed golfer ever. Lionel Messi,
100.
left-footed obviously. And the last one, Diego Maradona.
Okay, well, my answer was nothing like that, to be fair. I'm probably thinking a bit more low-key. Because when you said that, I like sort of word
100.
associations. Like, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when you ask that question? And I'm not sure mine's quite on par with those. I went Graham Lasso.
60.
Isn't he from Jersey?
Possibly. He
Yeah,
played for England, though, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he did.
Yeah.
Played for Blackburn and Chelsea.
93.
Spivey's got to get a move on here. At worst in this game, he's got to limit the damage.
60.
There is a little bit of a gap between the leg difference from the top spot to the bottom spot, but it is not much. And we saw that in Group C this afternoon with Jared Cole. He was 5th going into his penultimate game, and he could
43.
still qualify. And 2 people above him were already out.
$54.
This is where you want 105. You do not want to leave a 3-darter here. He can't help it though.
100. Sam Nicol, 130.
That's the best case scenario for a 3-darter. So now that 105
58.
would give Derek
Derek
Coulson
Carr,
control of this
105.
group. And by virtue of the algorithms of Group B, we know that if Coulson wins this game and one more, he will qualify. That first dart tells
50.
us something, doesn't it? That
Sam
was
Nicol,
a bit of a
72.
firework dart.
Wild, wasn't it? A long, long way off, but Spivey got work to do here. And doesn't find the single number
32.
for the first time.
Derek Carr,
A
55.
bit of a slip, and that's surely just circumstantial.
His doubles have not been good. His average is nowhere near his best. And Coulson's been more dependable.
Game shot on the match, Derek Coulson.
And Mr. Dependable does get the victory by 4 legs to 1. He does the double over Sam Spivey and puts him into the mire a little bit. He's the target man in second position, courtesy of that 4-1 defeat. But Coulson is going to be on 8 points with the best leg difference. And there was a few few moments in that game which weren't great, but Coulson will be happy that he gets the win before Devin Peterson plays.
So Coulson in control here at the Live Lounge. In Group B, Derek doing the business against Sam Spivey before the break. A 4-1 win that puts him top of the table on 8 points and 1 away from qualification. David Davis also got a victory in his opening match, a 4-2 success against Shane McGurk for the Welshman. And that puts him in a much better position, having doubled his points tally in one fell swoop. If he wins this one here, he starts to look quite likely to be clinging to Coulson's coattails and perhaps joining him in going through. But Devin Peterson, well, if he can start tonight with a victory, then it is game on for pretty much everybody in this group, and we could be in for an absolutely thrilling finish. So strap yourselves in and do not take your eyes off the screen. Guiding you through all the action tonight, it's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Murph. Yeah, interesting times and tense times as well, because the averages reflect just how much tonight means to these players.
First leg, David, you through first. Game on.
Every now and again, we get these free-flowing groups where the numbers are swelling to astronomical levels, but this is not that group so far. This is a sign that all
41.
of these players know they're in the makeup of the Group B table, but it's tight. There are no guarantees.
39.
And Davies is just happy that he won that first game. From 2-0 down, he'd win 4 straight legs. And now he wants to get another victory to put himself in a very strong
90.
position.
Just watching Devon there, though, having his practice starts and starting this game, just seems to be swaying a little bit in the body. Just sort of the body going with the action, not releasing and propelling
100.
it through the air, which is maybe a sign of a bit of early tension. And when you think about the time he got here this evening, he got here extremely early. Maybe just feeling a little bit tight, feeling like
100.
he needs that extra preparation time to try and eke the best out.
Yeah, he's done a move. He got here well before anybody else.
129.
Not necessarily a bad thing, but there is sometimes when you're feeling a little bit nervous or anxious and you just want to get on the board quickly,
60.
you can over-rep. You can do too many visits. And by the time you get into the game, you might not be
80.
in prime nick.
But he's first down to a finish. That despite having a dart on the
96.
floor.
Devon Carr 153.
Who would you rather be, though?
Oh, it's a big ask, isn't it? And it's not going to go. But he's going to leave it handy.
Don't go 60. Go 16s. He's just seen a dart on the floor.
77.
Why would you do it
Carr,
again?
114.
Devon should know better. If he takes this leg, I'll say fair play. But he has
98.
made a
Devon
mistake
Carr,
in this leg. He
76.
shouldn't have gone for the 60. It's tops, but only just.
56. David Ducar 16.
Different area of the board for David Davies. We know he will always try and leave tops at every possibility.
Eight. Devon Ducar 20.
This one could still land in the lap of the South African.
Getting shown
And
the
he takes
first
full
leg,
advantage
Devon
of it.
Peterson.
A little bit of fortune there. We all get it every now and again.
Second leg, Devon
When it
Ducar
presents
first.
itself,
Game on.
you've got to take it. No one will give it to you. Now, why did he have 2 darts on the floor, Matt? What's your take on that?
60.
I think part of this is down to a slight technical change tonight. Just that body coming into the action. It's just going to change how the dart flies through the air very slightly.
140.
And I'm still not sold on these all-in-one moulded systems.
Are we seeing more darts with flight
100.
collisions that aren't kind than ever?
100%. Absolutely. Remember when they first brought out the thick flights and the extra thick
46.
flights, and everyone said, but surely by having the thicker flights it's going to cause more collisions and deflections, and there were studies that supported that and said, yes, it is causing more deflections. And now we've gone even
60.
thicker and even more rigid.
Thicker and more rigid equals less absorption.
But that impact's got to go somewhere, hasn't it? You can't just collide the dart. If that
134.
flight, for example, was going to pop off the back of the dart, and now it can't, that impact has to go somewhere. And the way it's going to go, it's going to change on the point side.
44.
Hence why you still use a foldable flight, right?
Correct.
As do I. As does Di.
127.
Devon last night was the lowest averaging player,
100.
but he was one of
David
the
Carr,
better
54.
players at the doubles. But in order to get doubles, you've got to have chances.
34.
Oh, this is a
David Carr,
chance, but
137.
like the last leg, it's a big ask.
$59. David Ducar 20.
Like the last leg, he's going to need to see David Davies make mistakes.
There's been plenty of them.
10.
Too many.
Devon, your car 78.
Devon, it's Christmas. Open this present.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well,
Devon
obviously he
Peterson.
brought his scissors because he's just scythed through the ribbon.
Third leg, David to throw first.
David is going to
Game
be
on.
thinking, what on earth is this? This isn't fun. He could and probably should be 2-0 up.
85.
But the thought process here is, I was 2-0 down on my previous game, so now let's just do the same as we did before. We'll improve
57.
from legs 3 to 6.
But how much is there also an element of panic when you go, well, the man standing in front of me is a winner on the
140.
European Tour. He's got the quality that could come out at any moment, and now I've just gave him a 2-leg advantage.
Okay, so let's be honest.
81.
He's won on the European Tour at a time where he was one of the best players in the world. He isn't anymore. He's not that player. We judge Devon Peterson on who he is
134.
now, not the person who won the German Darts Championship in 2020. If that player was here,
180.
he would cruise to victory this week.
But Devon will believe that that person is still here.
60.
He's still inside. He's searching for him. He's trying to bring him out.
Well, back then, he was the best 180 hitter in the world. In last night's
45.
session, he was the
David Carr,
worst.
82.
He only had 2. Davies needs something clean.
42.
It's anything but
David
clean at the
Carr,
minute. That's 9
138.
darts missed at a double. Now, this is where that panic
84.
could set in.
David Carr, 40.
You take a big, deep breath. You trust.
Game shot
There
on the
you
third
go.
leg, David Davis.
This is where it starts.
Fourth leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
Little micro shake of the head there from David.
I think the word you just said there is very, very
100.
important. Trust. Because right now, people aren't playing to their best levels, to their seasonal averages, to what we saw last night even. They are a little bit
59.
off the pace, and with that, you do need just that element of trust. To believe, to throw, to propel. You can't
100.
place it in the board. When you do that, you just hold on to the dart a little bit too long, engage the wrist. All starts to break down very quickly.
96.
But Devon here looking to drive home that advantage of throw, put himself a leg away from the points, and
44.
points which would propel him into a qualifying place. And it would be 3 games in with a lot of flip-flopping of positions.
Yeah, just a bit. McGurk started in 3rd. He's currently provisionally 5th. David Davies has
100.
been 5th and 3rd and 4th. And Peterson is now 3rd. But that's provisional because of him leading this game. It is all chaotic.
28. $58.
Well, I was really curious to see what Devon was going to use this week because I've just
59.
been scrolling through the highlights of his final earlier this series with Andreas Harrison and his game
40.
against Graham Usher. He was
Devon
using
Carr,
different flights to this.
170.
He was using the 3-winged flight compared to this 4-winged flight.
100. David Carr, 148.
What a dart that is. This is a very,
Devon Carr,
very
70.
tense situation. This is a massive shot.
54.
Not
WK8.
happy. And Davies, who put the pressure on with the 140, gets his wish. And he doesn't
On the
miss.
fourth leg, David Davis.
Deja vu, anybody? 2-0 down. Now it's 2-2.
Fifth leg, David to throw first.
Can't count Davies out. Now, Matthew Edgar, please,
Game
with
on.
your intellect in this sport, tell me why, when you've won a week and you've had a 3-winged flight, it was only 5 weeks ago.
56.
Why is he on these ones now?
Well, you used a word a moment ago, and it's the opposite of that. Trust. Not trusting the
41.
process, not trusting despite the result. And a lot of that will come down to feel. If it doesn't feel right, it doesn't matter where they're landing, you feel something's wrong.
100.
And if you think something's wrong, you don't have confidence. So you need to have that sort of confidence. And despite the result, it didn't give him that.
100.
It's incredible, that last start. But I, for the life of me, will never understand that when somebody wins something, one of their first thoughts is, I feel like a
100.
change. Now, something may have happened in the last month since he won
62.
that week, but that's a short period of time to make such an interesting diversion. Look at someone like Davies.
58.
In all the time he's been coming here, the only thing he's changed are the flights. There's a tiny little change in the shape and the colour, but it's still
140.
what works.
And what's working on an upwards curve, and what's working on a progression as well for David Davies. Came here as an ADC qualifier. And as time's gone on, has become
43.
not just a weekly winner, a
WK
multiple weekly winner,
158.
and a serious threat here to Champions Week.
Double 19.
139.
So close to
WK
regaining the lead, but
144.
he's still got the odds for him. The darts last night were better,
19.
but the drama tonight is twice as tense. This is a big dart.
3.
And now Davies can take the lead.
44.
Everything that Devon does wrong can be made to look worse.
Getting
And
shown the
somebody's
fifth leg,
hitting
David
doubles all of a
Davis.
sudden. It's Davies who takes the lead.
Sixth leg, Devon to throw first. Game on.
This is the most enthralling 77 average I've seen this week.
60.
And well, you've had a nice little selection of them this evening, haven't you? Shane McGurk in the 70s, Sam Spivey in the 70s, both on the wrong end of results. It has been a very edgy start to the
137.
session. But if David Davies can win this leg, it'd be a very profitable one, which would see him in a very good position.
180.
Devon's got different ideas, though.
He needs more of those. You get the sense he needs more opportunities at doubles because he's not taking anything cleanly.
140.
There's another level of intensity that Davies holds.
100.
He's keeping it in reserve. Usually, it comes out on Saturdays. We saw it the first night he won,
60. WK 161.
but it's advantage Peterson again. Oh, well, he's lost the
120.
one. That could have been worse.
64. $56. WK 41.
Has to burn one. Has to hit one.
Game
This
shown the
time he
sixth
does
leg,
hit.
Devin Peterson.
What a big leg this is. We love a one-leg shootout.
Seventh and final leg.
Especially
Davey
when
first.
there are very few games separating the right
Game on.
now and the Champions Night. We are talking about 21.5 hours before Champions Night starts.
140.
And these guys desperately want to be part of it.
$100.
Fair play to Davy Davies, because he's came into this probably with one of the most intense early fixture lists, where if the results didn't go right for him here, he could have been the first player marker penned, eliminated from the proceedings.
125.
Instead,
And yet, look at what he's doing. It needs to be another one, Dev. Oh, this time it's 60. Was that a barrel collision or a flight collision? Or was that just three darts too close together?
well, the other thing it's done now is put Devon in a bit of a
59.
tricky situation, because one treble's not enough now. He now needs 2 trebles if he's going to get down to a finish.
I think we've got to start understanding what's going on in this dartboard as well. These darts are going in a little bit sideways.
And that will just be that little bit of sway. We spotted it earlier, that little bit of body sway.
85.
Just causing it not to sit in the board correctly. But not much to separate the two, so that makes the darts in David Davies' hands very, very important right now and makes him a big favourite.
99.
Leaves the finish that Devon Peterson's already taken out in this game.
Oh, that's a good second dart.
95.
It's not bad at all, but it still
78.
keeps him in 3-dart range. Can Davies bring down the curtain for 2 out of 2?
38. Devon
Well, Devon hits this, there'll be a reaction. He currently sits provisionally bottom. That might not change.
69.
This is now for Davies to bolster 3rd place. 3rd place is his for now, and look at that reaction. He doesn't give it large, he just purses his eyes and his face, but he knows exactly how valuable that could be to him. A really good display from 2-0 down. He wins for the 2nd time like that tonight. It wasn't a high quality game when it comes to the numbers, but it was tense from start to finish and insanely watchable. 4-3 for David Davies, and next it's Coulson against McGurk.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where we've got a couple of huge games coming up. But this one could see a player qualify for Champions Night. Derek Coulson is a win away, and if he gets it against Shane McGurk, he will be there. Only 2 places will be up for grabs. And after that, we could see a player effectively eliminated in Devon Peterson, who's not had a fabulous campaign by any stretch of the imagination on his first trip to a Champions Week. That's coming up next, but now the Arrow takes on DC in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Chris. Not the best quality of darts tonight, it has to be said, but we really don't care about that because the drama has been just good enough to keep us completely intrigued. Nobody is through yet, and we've still got 7 games to go. But like Chris Murphy just mentioned, that could all change in the next 4 to 7 legs. Derek Coulson could be through
First
again.
leg, Derek to throw first.
And when I say again, I mean for the 3rd consecutive series. And there's also something on the line tonight. A little bit of history could be repeated here tonight because only one person
85.
in the history of the Modus Super Series has won 3 qualifying groups in Champions Week. That is Andreas Harrison.
60.
He's won Group A in Series 5, Group C in Series 7, and in the previous series, in the Champions Week, he won Group A. Derek Coulson is going for his 3rd group win tonight.
100.
And when you consider who's done it twice, this could be quite the overtaking
95.
act from DC. Littler's won 2 groups. McEwen has won 2 groups. And that's the end of the list for multiple group wins in Champions Weeks. He could cement his place as one of the greats
95.
in a little bit shy of 25 hours.
100.
That's for Derek, but for Shane, he's got a big game on his hands here because he's currently outside of a qualifying position. He's already had one of his fixtures already tonight. He could start getting a cut adrift here very quickly.
85.
Yeah, he's got to keep pace with David Davies now. He's already lost to him, so he can't affect what he does anymore. So he has to keep pace.
55. Derek Carr, 136.
I'm not sure there's a great time to play Derek Coulson this week. He's one of the most dependable and accurate players this week. Shane knows all about that.
96.
Well, there's one thing that Shane can cling to, aside from that 171.
171. That is
He's got a
now
really good
40.
record against DC this week. He's won their last 3 meetings 4-1.
Getting shown the first
But
leg,
Shane
Derek
has not won
Dawson.
that first leg.
Second
It
leg,
takes my
Shane
mind
goes
back to something we
first. Game
spoke
on.
about this afternoon when we was describing the Mervyn King Jensen Walker dynamic going into Champions Night and how the context around the games
100.
change how the games really are. We spoke about a game on the Pro Tour might be against the same player, but you put that game on a World Championship stage, it feels different. Does this feel different right now to those other results? Because
57.
time is running out for Shane McGurk. It's not just a continuation. It's not just do I win or do I lose. A lose here could be fatal to his
25.
chances.
Well, let's put it in football terms, shall we? Because there's been a lot of darts this week, a lot of different fixtures. Now, in Scottish football, Rangers might play Celtic 5-6 times in a season in various competitions. The first 4 or 5 meetings might just be
134.
league matches, and they're always going to be big. But what if their last meeting was to determine who won the Scottish Premiership?
78.
Very different dynamic.
The context changes the feel, which is essentially why you have intrinsic and extrinsic motivations.
43.
Do we have 2 different types of players? Because I think my instinct says that Derek is always about how he
121.
feels. He's more inward. We never hear him talking about averages or records or trophies, which means it's about how he feels. Shane's done an interview this
40.
week where his answering was quite loquacious. So maybe he's extrinsic. He's thinking about accomplishments,
101.
which makes him extrinsic.
$85. Shane Ducar, 76.
It's going to be tops.
37.
And that is wild.
Shane Ducar, 142.
If that was a golf shot, it'd be out of bounds. Just pray, Shane, that Derek doesn't find this. His prayer has been answered, but if we're being honest tonight,
85.
Ton
Shane
plus
Ducar,
checkouts.
59.
It's almost like they're extinct. Oh, it's a
Getting shown the
beautiful
second leg,
dart.
Shane McGurk.
He trusted himself. He knew he didn't have to move
Third
and he
leg,
thought he
Derek
could
is
sneak it
first.
in
Game on.
off the marker, and he was right on the money. Highest average yesterday in this group was 108.31 from Derek.
135.
At this stage, I'm thinking we might not get a 90-plus average tonight. A sign of the tension
45.
and how much these guys really want to be part of tomorrow. Based on what you've seen this week, Matt, and what you've seen particularly today from Group C, if someone was to ask you, and I'm going to
60.
ask you that right now, who's your favourite to win the whole week? Based on what you know at this minute.
I think you're brave to go against
140.
Mervyn King based on experience. But you know what? It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if it's Jensen Walker.
$96.
Likelihoods tell us that the winner comes from this group. Because on 6 occasions we've seen somebody play Group A, Group B in a Champions Week
60.
and prevail. Only one time has someone won Group A and then gone on to win the title. That was Luke Littler in Series 3. And Scott Campbell is looking to do that tomorrow night.
138.
The only time that we could have Super Series history on Champions Night in that sense is if someone
72.
called Davies, Spivey, or Peterson win the title, because nobody's ever done it directly from Group B.
52.
And Shane can
Junior
take the
car
lead if somebody can
116.
find a ton plus finish at last.
Just opening up the target here. Needs the treble. Doesn't find it. And that was his break
56.
opportunity. And
Junior car 20.
Mr. Reliable, Mr. Dependable doesn't normally get these sort of opportunities passing by.
Getting shown the third
He's
leg.
dependable,
Derek
all right.
Coulson.
If Derek Coulson was a cleaning product, I would buy it.
Fourth leg Shane through first. Game on.
Because looking at that double 10, bang, and the leg is gone.
Well, there you go. Dependable Derek.
94.
You've been looking for a nickname for him.
It's not very good, though, is it? Derek's a lovely chap. We had a chance to have a chat with him after the session last night. Just a really nice guy. And
60.
I know dependable is a compliment, but it's not a nickname, is it?
It also begins with D, as does Derek.
Would that make him
140.
DDC then? It makes him sound like a finishing move in WWE. What's next? Is he going to have a bag with a snake in it?
I'm liking this branding. Yes, this is working for me.
140.
Looks more like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
$100.
He is definitely looking after the pace of this game, but this is something that Shane will be very accustomed to now.
60.
Being
Junior
their fifth
car
meeting, they would love to
167.
meet again on Saturday. That would mean that they've both qualified. But
43.
there might be a little smidgen of Derek who thinks, I've got a chance of putting Shane in a hole here. I don't want him to come and bite me tomorrow. Let's get rid of him tonight. Looks like Shane's not going to get rid of Derek. His best route to Saturday night is to go with him than without him. Yeah, 52 left.
84.
Sensible.
Junior car 116.
We are still looking for that first ton plus finish. Does it come from dependable Derek?
$60. Junior car 40.
Sounds like a character from Home Improvement.
Getting
Oh,
shown the
that's
fourth
another
leg Shane
double
McGurk.
top from Shane that gets a perfect marker and a perfect result.
Fifth leg Derek to throw first.
Do you know where I
Game
think
on.
dependable Derek would be best suited? In the Beano.
Or hanging out with the Bash Street kids.
Was
42.
Desperate Dan the Beano as well?
That was the dandy, wasn't it? They were the days. Nobody had social media. You had
100.
to wait for your comic to come with the papers.
And you got a free lollipop with it.
That's if your parents would let you have it. Depends if you were going to the dentist. That's right, kids. You can't have a dandy. You can have a dependable Derek instead.
180.
And that's how dependable he is. That was more like Hamish from Roy of the Rovers. Remember him? Hamish the Hot Shot?
97.
That guy could thump a volley like Alan Shearer. And Derek Coulson is a Middlesbrough fan, apparently. Wonder who his favourite player is.
Mark
99.
Viduka. It might not be. That was just that game again we played earlier. You know, the first thing that pops into your head when you say something. I just said it out loud this time.
44.
Juninho.
Fabrizio Ravanelli. He's trying to get the 140 from the angle now.
60.
Shane is really struggling to get into this game to try and dictate it. I don't think this is the kind of game he likes
43.
to play.
Derek Carr 120.
I think he'd rather get on with things, but he should know a thing or two about playing someone a bit more deliberate. Look at who he beat in the final at Lakeside. Double top for Derek.
100.
Still don't have a ton plus checkout.
$57. Derek Carr 20.
Irish fans watching this are on the edges of their seats. And yet again, somebody thinks the double is in when it isn't. And Shane has a chance, but
16.
when we haven't
Derek
had
Carr 160.
a finish of 3 figures, this is a really tall task. Hang on.
140.
My
Derek Carr
word.
4.
So close. You can breathe now, Derek. And you can
Change
take
on
your
the free
3-2
flag, Derek
lead.
Coulson. 6-leg chain to through first. Game on.
Dependable Derek delivers.
$58.
Could be a bit of a diamond. He's DDC, not DDP.
Diamond.
100.
Dependable Derek.
He's a bit of a diamond. Let's face it, the Super Series has
96.
unearthed a bit of a juggernaut. You don't make 3 consecutive Champions Nights without being rather special. Think about the people who haven't done that.
81.
We talk about Jimmy Van Ski a lot here. He's a wildly charismatic, friendly and popular character here. He won
140.
3 weekly titles in 2024 and attended 2 Champions Nights. The only reason he didn't attend the third is because he had to go to Lakeside. He was beaten in a final in this series
60.
by a certain David Davies.
$93.
Are you smelling a 4-3 here? Or is this one going to be done in the next 9 darts? Well,
78.
Derek is
Derek
not going to
Carr,
get to a finish, so
114.
that prediction can't come true. It might be done in 6, though. And
Game
finally,
show
we have a
six
ton
like
plus
Shimmer there.
checkout. And it takes us all the way.
7th final leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
Derek wasn't too keen on that one, and that's a conversation that's been coming up a lot recently. Is there a fist bump? Is there a handshake at 3 apiece? Derek, the eyes was on the darts. I thought he was going to pass it up for a moment then.
It's just a question of what people are used to.
171.
What a start. Shane dreaming of 6 points, joining Davies and Spivey. He's got to keep pace with him. Now this game's gone into overdrive.
And it was only a maximum that would allow him to keep pace with Coulson there.
kindly tell me how we got that third dart between the 2 points?
With
58.
class and precision.
Okay, show us it wasn't a fluke then. Do it again, Shane.
140.
Not enough air. Just a reminder that if Coulson wins this leg, he will be into Champions Night. If he doesn't win this leg, he's not safe yet.
45.
He will have 3 players behind him on 6 points to his 8. And look at what the champ is doing.
127.
He's finding his best leg of the night by a mile in this last leg decider. Don't miss, Shane.
54.
You know what will happen if you do? Double 10. It's there.
Game shot
And
of the
Shane
match,
McGurk steals one. He stole it with a 12 darter though. That's the best leg of the night for so many reasons. Shane McGurk, take an exhalation. You deserve it. He's now got 6 points. He is still in 4th position in the table, but is now firmly in the equation. Devin Peterson might be out of it come the next match and its conclusion, because he's now up against Sam Spivey.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, where Derek Coulson remains a win away from qualification. He remains top of the Group B table on 8 points, 2 clear of not just Sam Spivey, but David Davis and Shane McGurk as well. Devon Peterson, though, well, he is now sinking in the quicksand and really needs to get a win in this next game against Sam Spivey. In fact, he would stay on 2 points. Spivey would go on to 8, and then the 2 players above him have to play each other. So one of them would also go on to 8 points, meaning that Devon Peterson would not be able to make it through and close that gap. And that would be his Champions Week over, bar the remaining fixtures. Spivey can move within a win of qualification himself here. Win for Peterson, though. You saw how close that table was, and it is still all to play for everybody. Are we going to have the most dramatic finish to this group? Let's find out. Back to the boys in comms. It's Matthew Edgar and Paul
Looks like
Nicholson.
Devon to through first. Game on.
Yes, this moment here for Devon. He has to recognise what he needs to do for the rest of the night and get it done. Otherwise, it's not going to be Champions Night for him.
60.
At the start of week number 13, which is exactly what this is, Devon was dreaming of a championship double. ADC Global, check.
100.
Super Series champion. Well, we have to put the pen away for now.
43.
Because the best he can do is 8 points. And he's got 3 players on 6 above him, including his opponent in this game.
140.
Who will want to put right what happened in game 2 against Coulson. The wins are being shared around tonight, and
140.
the person who is undefeated is the person who started last in the table.
Well,
45.
Sam Spivey started in a very strong position going into tonight, didn't he? He looked pretty firm in regards to a qualification spot. He was one of the favourites to go on to win the group.
140.
Defeat here to Devon Peterson draws him completely into the drama. And that little bit of a cushion he earned last night could soon be swept away.
And you know what I like about what Chris Murphy just said?
118.
He mentioned quicksand. What do you not do in quicksand? You don't fight too hard. You have to be
Game shown
smart.
the first
Isn't
leg,
that right, Devon?
Peterson.
That was smart.
Second leg, Sam to through first. Game on.
We go 3.5 games without a ton plus checkout, and then we see 2 and 3 legs.
50.
And if the quicksand is around you, what do? You just don't do anything.
60.
You stand still. You wait for help. Now, there's no help up here. But Bruce Lee once
100.
said, there's a very big difference between doing nothing and standing still. Standing still can be constructive. And that's what Devon needs to do.
100.
His action is flaily tonight.
$45.
Yeah, there was a few alarming signs in there very early, wasn't there? At times, though, starting to get it back on track, starting to propel the dart rather than leaning in with the body. The weight going over the lead hip, which ultimately means you then got a lift. Which is why you probably had so many bounce outs in that opening game.
139.
You're not going to get anything like that from Sam. He's technically very sound.
Look at the height now here from Devon Peterson. That's what he needs.
167.
It's bull.
142.
And it was almost brilliant.
61.
But almost brilliant isn't good enough. Especially when your opponent is hitting every double that they're leaving. Where's this performance come from?
Game on.
Do you know what I really enjoy about this from Devon Peterson? he's someone who thinks about the technical side of the game, has worked on the technical side of the
60.
game, really breaks down the technique. And it was clearly wrong in that opening game. We could see it a mile off. We could see it in the practice starts. And then we evidenced it with about 7 bounce outs.
100.
And he's gone back. He knew there was something wrong. He's changed things. He's keeping the height. He's propelling the dart. There's so much technical
140.
difference from what he's doing now to what he was doing in game 1. And it's exciting to see. It's enjoyable to see.
You can almost hear it.
60.
Because when the dart hits the board, when he's throwing well, it makes a different sound.
60.
Even when it collides with another dart, it sounds clean.
Really does have that feel, doesn't it, of
60.
a football team that's been hammered for the opening half, and they go in, they have a team talk, they make a substitution, they come out as a different side. That's what this has that vibe of right now.
100.
It's a bit like Arsenal against Real Madrid recently. Second half, they were just delightful.
98. Devon Carr 141.
This could be, well, could have been classified as Declan Rice-esque, but he's just had one on the floor.
45.
But sensibly still left a 2-darter.
$97. Devon Carr 96.
Devon needs 1 point less than what Sam's just found.
56. Sam Carr 86.
Sam's got to keep Devon away from the doubles. Oh, now it's his turn. He can't recover.
66. Devon Carr
That
40.
piques the interests of Devon Peterson, the ADC global champion.
Getting shown the third leg.
He's
Devon
not made a
Peterson.
single mistake on the outer ring here. 3 from 3, 100%. And what a
Fourth leg, Sam
turnaround
to
this
third
is
verse. Game
from
on.
that performance we saw against David Davies a game ago.
Is this a good or a bad result so far for the people in the middle of the pack?
96.
It's bad in the fact that you've got another contender, but it's probably good in the fact that Sam Spivey is still waiting to get to 8. And if the result continues to go this way with a legs difference, he's going to be outside the top 3. It's flip-flopping around.
That's better from
177.
Sam. It's going to have to be unbelievable from here. By the way, for all of our viewers watching in Australia and New Zealand, we should say
25.
that flip-flops are like thongs. That's what they call flip-flops in Oceania. They don't have the phrasing of flip-flopping.
140.
Took me a while to get used to that when I moved down
60.
there.
Sam
He's got
Carr
thongs on his
88.
feet. Oh, what are they? This is double 14.
74.
Or to be specific, it wasn't. And if you are watching from Oceania,
60. Sam Carr
if he hits
14.
double 7, it will be a good peg. That's what they call doubling.
Game
And that's
shown
what
as
we
fourth
call
leg. Sam
3-1.
Spivey.
It's amazing how
Fifth
darts has
leg,
got
Devon
different
deserves
vernaculars
first. Game
around
on.
the world. You go to Canada or America, they say, great shooting.
What do you know a 26 as? Because that's one that's got a lot of different
60.
names.
Bed and breakfast. Not very good. I've heard it is called back to normal.
100.
That's usually when someone hits it after hitting a maximum, though.
Yeah, there's lots of different expressions. I think one of my favourite ones,
140.
and I haven't got a clue where it comes from, is when you started playing well in the Birmingham area, they would say, now he's sucking diesel.
140.
The other one was cooking with gas.
100.
Yeah, I've heard that one. Now you're cooking with gas. What were you doing before? Spivey's doing his best to cause Devon problems. The good news for Spivey is that the Devon average has come down by about
45.
15 points in the last 5 or 6 minutes.
But all that does is provide
55.
a little bit more
Devon
opportunity. He's still got to take
156.
it and left plenty of work to do there. Devon Peterson may fancy 6 here.
Don't stay there.
44.
At least he got the message this time.
106.
Learning his lesson.
Now, what does he do in 112? It all depends on what you want to
54.
leave.
Devon Car 112.
He likes the 60. Double 16.
80. Sam
That
Nakar,
valuable
52.
win might have to wait. But for how long?
12.
Maybe
Devon
not very
Nakar,
long at all.
32.
Sam Spivey has been surrounded by quicksand and he may be sinking.
Game shot on the match.
Positive
Devon
self-talk from Devon. And he did boss that game. It means that Spivey has lost both of his games this evening and is now in a bit of trouble. He is in a battle to get through this group with everybody, because at half-time here tonight, nobody's safe and nobody's out. Don't go anywhere.
Just 2 games each left to go, and this is how the table looks in Group B. Nobody through yet, nobody out of contention either. That's after Devon Peterson got a victory over Sam Spivey that dragged Sam out of the top 3 for the first time. That's after he won his first 3 matches. He's gone on to lose his remaining games in this group. Derek Coulson top, David Davis, Shane McGurk and Spivey all on 6 points, and Devon Peterson is in the race as well. About to do battle now then, Derek Coulson and David Davis, the top 2. An opportunity for Davis to go level on points with Coulson here. I'm going to hand over to Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar now to commentate on this match, and I'm going to say this line for the 4th time this week. If Derek Coulson wins this match, he is through.
You said it 4 times. How many times has everybody said it? Well, say somebody's name and they will appear. Say somebody's name 3 times, they might appear in the name of Beetlejuice. How many times do we have to say, if Derek wins this game, he's through? I'm not sure we've kept count. But the thing is, it is true. If Coulson wins this game, he's in Saturday night.
Let's take David to throw first. Game on.
This is no joke. But I tell you what else isn't a joke. David Davies started tonight in 5th. If he wins this game by a certain margin of 4-2 or better, he'll be top.
46.
That's obviously after playing one more game than some other players, but that is simply ridiculous.
It's a great turnaround, isn't it? But how much of this fixture yesterday
45.
could potentially come into play here? David Davies averaged 100 and lost to Derek Coulson, who put in 108. Certainly did enjoy playing against his fellow Welshman.
80.
Oh, a bit of a Robin Hood we see there.
Wonder if Robin Hood ever came to Portsmouth. Maybe when he was on his way back from the Crusades. Was it the 12th century?
100.
I think the closest thing we've had to Robin Hood here at the Live Lounge is Richard North, because he's called the Lionheart. Same time.
137.
Well, having the heart of a lion is something that you might need for the rest of the night. And
96.
Coulson's averages tonight very close together, 87.92 and 87.11. Same pretty much for Davies. Very similar averages,
125.
but about 6 points lower. If you're going to have your best game of the night, now is not the worst time to do it.
$40. David Carr, 113.
The key to victory tonight for David has been going 2-0 down. That's not going to happen.
David Davis.
Because now it's raining ton plus checkouts.
Second leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
There were signs in the numbers, wasn't there, overnight? There were signs in the statistics that David Davies maybe was a little harshly treated in regards to his points return from yesterday's performances. Looks like today he may be
55.
getting his rewards, and that just goes down to patience, believing, trusting the process, not pushing, not panicking, just going, I'll just keep doing the same thing. Surely I'm going to get the rewards with the levels that I am finding.
45.
This is one of the reasons why at the top of our show with Chris Murphy and yourself, Matt, I thought that Davies could dig himself out of this. Looking at his numbers from last night and looking at what he's done over the last 6 to 7 months in different situations, from close quarters, it's very, very doable for him to get out of the position he was in. It looked pretty dire, but not unquestionable. His averages yesterday were 94.88 twice, because his first and last games had exactly the same average. He averaged 100 against Coulson, albeit
136.
he didn't win the match. And the other game, 98.9. He won that against Peterson. His numbers were so bright.
97. Derek, your car 170. $60.
Coulson's not safe yet. Something like a ton or something better would be nice.
Better it is.
177.
The best
Derek Carr,
it could be.
110.
Is it very handy? That's a very serious question here of Derek.
$78.
From two
David
games
Carr,
where he was
42.
2-0 down, he's looking to go 2-0 up in this one.
$26.
But he
Derek Carr,
maybe won't.
32.
Coulson has been dynamite on double 16 this week.
Game shown the second leg,
Absolute
Derek Coulson.
dynamite.
Third leg, David, you through first. Game on.
Little things that humans do when there's tension. Little scratches of the arm, scratches of the head. Everybody's got a tell. There's nothing wrong with tells in
90.
darts. This is not a game of poker. It's not a game of chess. They are somewhat inward, these players, trying to hide all of their emotions.
140.
But every now and again, it's like the Northern Lights have just come into the live lounge because you can see the tension for yourself.
135.
Funnily enough, just a couple of months ago, the Northern Lights were visible over Portsmouth.
We had them quite a lot of spots, didn't we, in the UK for
96.
a good couple of days. Normally only visible sort of Iceland sort of way. Still never seen them.
Coming from a man who's actually won in Iceland.
100.
And been twice, yeah. And gone looking for them twice as well.
Yeah, what a country. Iceland Open this weekend.
Yes. Yeah, there'll be quite a lot of players going on from what I see.
133.
Good list of seeds going over to the Iceland Open. They'll be getting quite a treat. Amazing venue. Amazing place.
45.
Oh, that's
Derek
a
Carr,
bad last start.
132.
The last thing you want to do is leave 1-3-1. Champagne. Somebody has corked the bottle. So he's got 75. There's no need to go 25 here.
74.
And this is an
Derek Carr,
awkward finish.
131.
You either need 2 doubles or 2 trebles. Coincidentally, the second biggest checkout
57. Derek Carr,
to win a
58.
PDC World Championship 1-3-1. Double top for Derek.
Game shown the third leg.
And that's a
Derek
break of
Coulson.
throw. So this time Davies doesn't
Fourth
have
leg,
to
Derek,
recover
you
from
through
2-0
first.
up.
Game on.
Oh, sorry, 2-0 down. It's 2-1 down.
$135.
Now, if Davies doesn't get the victory against Coulson here, his last match is against Sam Spivey.
140.
He will complete his quota of games first.
$60.
Does he qualify in 8 points, Matt? If he gets 1 win from the 2 remaining matches.
It's looking like 8 is going to be enough. But legs are going to be vital.
54.
And how many legs separate second, third, and fourth? The answer, as it stands,
59.
is 1.
I think when we was asked at the start of play yesterday what we expect, I think my answer was a group that goes down to the very, very end,
140.
where we get to this point and no one's completely eliminated, and it's what we're getting. We're getting one of the tightest Group Bs.
What about last week when Rob Collins qualified with 4 points? But that was because the
100.
top two had
David Carr,
14.
167.
This group dynamic is very different.
$85. David Carr, 147.
This number keeps coming up this week. Someone's going to get one at some point. Not right now.
47.
Just the 47.
David Carr, 82.
Double top for a level game.
Getting shown the fourth
82
leg,
checkouts
David.
with 3 darts do not come better than that.
Fifth leg, David to throw first.
Every dart there thrown with real
Game
accuracy.
on.
A beautiful 25, a central 17, an excellent tops. And Davies will be getting these familiar emotions and feelings that he felt in Series 9.
180.
When it comes to Super Series experience, these two have way more than anybody else playing tonight. In a winning sense.
180.
Starting to warm up, things starting to hot up. Starting to find and produce their best, starting to replicate some of the performance we saw from the pair
85.
yesterday. A real high quality game this one was.
Yeah, this is turning out to be the best performance of the night from both of them.
100.
And the thing is, yesterday when Davies lost to Coulson, he did so because he didn't have the darts, which places a great deal of importance on the fact that he's
100.
got them here, because when he plays Spivey in Game 8, he doesn't. Not that that counted for anything this afternoon, because we had 7 consecutive games that went against the throw.
100. David Carr, 136. $96.
Well,
David
Coulson
Carr,
has had a 1-2-1 in this group. And it was against Davies. He's not going to double dip.
53. David Carr, 40.
Double top.
Getting shown
He'll
the
take
fifth leg,
that.
David Davis.
Coulson in trouble in this one. How
Tic-tac,
many
Derek, to go
times
first. Game on.
has he been this close to qualifying? And how many times are people trying to stop him?
140.
That white tape that you run through when you do a marathon, it's as if it's been touching the chest of Derek for days. He just can't get it to break.
140.
Imagine how he'd feel if he never crossed that line. After being so close on
140.
so many occasions. And it's got to be said, it's not because when he gets to there, the performance is dropping. It's people are raising it against him. Derek's averaging nearly 96 in this match.
Yes, let's remember, in Group
85.
A, he was up against Scott Campbell, who averaged 109 against him. In the next game, and let's remember that if Derek won that against McGurk,
93.
he would have qualified. McGurk averaged 102. Right here, Davies is averaging 99. Is it happening again?
140. Derek Carr, 128.
Another one of those would have been lovely. He was hopeful, but But he doesn't get the call from the referee.
88. David Carr 136.
Oh, he needs another. And he's just denied. He gave it every chance.
96. David Carr 40.
Derek has not missed a dart at a double yet. And that
Game
remains the
shot is
case.
6-8,
That's
Derek
ice
Coulson.
cold. What a great game of darts.
7th and final leg, JB to throw first. Game on.
That was one of those because I have to fist pump moments. I didn't want to, but I will anyway.
David Davies averaged 100 yesterday against
96.
Derek Coulson. He's averaging 100 against him again now. But on the aggregate score, he's actually losing. He's 7-6 down.
140.
This is genuinely one of the best head-to-heads of the week. It's guaranteed quality. It wasn't so at the start. It just grew. And then it stayed.
83. $100.
Advantage Coulson, you've got to say. 1 dart advantage. This is where Davies will be tested to his limits.
137.
What more do you need to know? He's won 2 weekly titles. And he's doing this with less than 25% of this group to go. Started 5th. Now, he's not going to get top spot if he wins, but he'll be super close. And boy, did he enjoy that last 60.
Puts him in striking range. And you'll like what he's seen so far.
60.
Derek Coulson,
Carr,
a long way
100.
off now. David Davies may feel he's got 6 darts here. And the good thing for him is it's likely to end on his favourite tops.
But will it? It
The
will.
match, David Davies.
He's undefeated tonight. Never count out David Davies. What a performance. He's averaged over 101 this time. He just raised it by 1.5% against Coulson, and having the darts was huge. There's only 1 leg between Coulson and Davies, and Coulson is top, but not through.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Pluto TV, the home of darts and the home of drama if this Group B is anything to go by at the Modus Super Series. Devon Peterson kept his hopes alive a couple of games ago with a victory, and then Derek Coulson in the last match for the 4th time this week had a game to qualify and lost that match. David Davis, the star of tonight, he could win the group. Remember, at the start of this evening, he was 33-1 to do so. Shane McGurk playing Devon Peterson here. And there is a set of results that could make it the most nail-biting ending we've ever seen, not just on a Champions Week, but any week to a Group B campaign. Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson can tell you more.
Yeah, we've just got our heads together to try and confirm
First leg, Devon
not
to
the
throw
inevitable,
first.
the
Game
possible.
on.
We have been in this situation before. We've been within one game of the tightest Group B possibility you can ever have, where all 5
83.
combatants have 8 points and would have to be separated by leg difference in legs 1 and possibly more. This is
85.
how it would have to go. Peterson beating McGurk. Spivey beating Davies.
140.
Peterson beating Coulson. And then McGurk beating Spivey. If that happens over the next 4 games, everybody will have 8 points. And then bedlam ensues.
Yeah, there's a lot of deciding criteria, isn't there? But the
45.
first one after the points is leg difference. So it may even go down to now not just who wins games, but how much they are won by.
140. $180.
First maximum of the game goes the way of Devon Peterson, who has really dug deep this evening after a slow
44.
start, an
Devon
edgy
Carr,
start.
53.
He's already got more maximums tonight than all of last night.
Getting shot
He's
on the
also
first
got a
leg,
1-0
Devon
lead.
Peterson.
Now, if we may just divert our attention
Leg
back to
changes
Derek
with
Coulson
first.
for a
Game
second.
on.
If you look at the 4 games he's had to qualify and make Saturday night already,
99.
3 of the 4 games, his opponent has averaged more than 101.
60.
People just don't want Derek to get there. And McGurk has stopped him twice.
60.
Yes or no, Matt? Does it happen? All 8 players.
82.
It's very unlikely, isn't it, everyone to be on 8 points. However, nothing would surprise me with this group. My only real prediction I gave at the
121.
start of this group was it going to go be tight and it'll be decided in the very last games. Maybe I didn't expect it to be this tight.
54.
Well, let's take it one game at a time, shall we? Devon wins. He goes to 6
41.
points, and McGurk will be bottom. This is still a battle between the ADC Global Champion and the WDF Champion.
94.
This is a heavyweight contest between two very valiant winners of big tournaments in the last 6 months.
160.
Big puff of the cheeks there from Shane. Better to be high than low.
100. Show your car 20. Game
Better to
shown
be
the
right on
second
the
leg,
money.
Shane McGurk.
It's funny, the tension's going up, but the darts
Devon to throw
quality
first.
is
Game on.
also following that.
$100.
In this fixture yesterday, Peterson won by 4 legs to 1. McGurk really did struggle on the doubles, 1 from 11.
85.
Only a 90 checkout. The rest of it, fruitless. Well, here
60.
tonight, we've gone 3 consecutive games with a ton plus checkout.
$100. $60.
There are times when Devon Peterson throws darts and he's got a smile on his face. I don't see any smiles right now. I see nothing but focus.
Focus, determination, hunger,
85.
desire. But be careful, because sometimes when you're that intense and that focused, it only takes just a couple of bad
81.
visits and it quickly turns into panic.
$49.
You just see Shane McGurk in the background there. When
60.
you talk about panic, when you talk about things unravelling, you sort of feel like he's on the edge right now. He needs something positive to happen.
I think they're all living that at the
100.
minute.
Devon Carr 140.
Another. Double 10.
120.
Ton plus checkout on this game. We'll have to wait. Shane doesn't want one right now. Well, okay. There goes that chance.
42.
Thoughts on that, Matt?
Devon Carr 20.
Well, what it has done is put him in trouble.
Each on the third leg, Devon
Able
Peterson.
to hold on to his throw now. He's halfway to having that first victory.
Fourth leg chain to through first.
That
Game
chain
on.
of results that would be required to get everybody on to 8.
And there's only 4 legs
99.
separating all of them. Worst leg difference at the minute, Spivey, -2. Same for McGurk.
45.
Peterson is actually in the top 3 as it stands because he's leading this game. It's a provisional ranking.
60.
Well, the other interesting factor is when you look at the head-to-heads, there's quite a lot of 1-1 head-to-head scorelines. And that can be a deciding factor if the legs and the legs won
45.
and the other columns match up. We have seen groups before decided on averages of the players.
Do you remember that group where
180.
Ryan Finesse lost out to Chris Hurds in Group C because of average? I think the difference was about 2 points.
We had it again not too long ago.
121.
Steve Beaton was the beneficiary on that occasion.
90.
There's a group as well, if you remember. I believe it involved Lee Budgeon and Fallon Sherrick, where the only place that he could have finished was top or bottom.
140. Shenrikar 72.
He needs tops.
52.
Now
Devon Carr,
Devon
150.
needs a haymaker. He stays. Double 15.
120.
He's had a chance
Turn
at a
the car
140
20.
now or 150. Double 5 is massive.
10. Devon your car
Is this
30.
getting away from Shane? Double 8.
$14.
He was
Turn
blocked.
your car 10.
The only way he was going to hit that double 8 was if he went over the top.
Game
And
shown
Shane
the
gets
4
away
point,
with
Shane
it.
McGurk.
This is hard work for these players. We have information from the practice room that is very, very tense down there. And quite frankly, you can't be surprised by that.
Well, no one's in and no one's out at this point,
100.
and we're running out of fixtures. Which just means that the importance, the context surrounding the fixtures just is increasing all the time.
100.
3 games to go at the conclusion of this fixture.
80.
What we should say is that if McGurk can win this game, he will get to 8 points.
27.
And Devon Peterson will be gone. Because with 1 game to go, 6 wouldn't be enough.
100.
We are playing our 17th game of this group, and we still haven't got anybody out.
100.
I
81.
wonder how many reps Devon's had tonight. He's been working so diligently at trying to get his sweet spot right to make sure he's got the best chance of
135.
sticking in
Devon
this
car,
tournament.
140.
And he's on this 140 again.
Just got to be careful here not
100.
to catch the
Turn your car
flight.
139.
That's why you got that little shuffle across the hockey. That would have been a painful shot, but it's not going to go. Shane McGurk not even worrying the
39.
shot in the end. Devon
Devon car,
Peterson now a
40.
chance to put himself a leg away.
$35.
Oh no.
Turn your car 100.
That was a bad turn. Tops for Shane. And
Yeah,
that's
sure,
what
that's
world
it for
champions
Shane
can
McGurk.
do. They can swoop.
6 leg Shane to throw first.
Oh,
Game
that
on.
hurts. That one really hurt. We feel your pain, Devon. Matt and I have played this game.
140.
We've been there. Look at that table. That's just
140.
a portion of it. What you aren't seeing is Spivey and Peterson below that.
140.
In essence, though, the way that Shane is playing in this leg, he's getting very close to putting Peterson in the bin.
60.
And then the attention would turn to Spivey.
Well, he's stepping it up when he needs it the most, isn't he, Shane McGurk? A beautiful 100 finish and then a big power scoring leg here. Nothing Devon can do. He's just got to hit and hope.
140.
Scores of
41.
140, 140, 180, and 41.
Game shot on the match, Shane McGurk.
And that puts Devon Peterson out. Shane McGurk found his best darts, arguably, of the entire week in that leg. A wonderful ending for the Irishman, who now jumps back into the top 3. We are not going to have that group where it's all 8 points, but Peterson is gone.
Welcome back. Well, at least we know something now in this group. Devon Peterson will not be making it through to Champions Night after defeat to Shane McGurk before the break, putting McGurk on 8 points along with David Davis and Derek Coulson. Sam Spivey on 6, and he takes on David Davis in the game that's about to take place. Remember, 10 is a magic number. If Davis wins this match, he is through. But no, this is his last match, and it's not Sam Spivey's last match. He has 2 still to play. So it will be an anxious wait for David Davis if he doesn't get the victory here, and he'd have to wait to see what happened in the final 2 encounters of the evening. If Spivey wins it, we will have 4 players tied on 8 points. The drama continues here at the Super Series on this Champions Week. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar guiding you through every tungsten twist and turn.
Absolutely right. We're still here, and remember that horror movie It? It terrified everybody because of Pennywise the Clown. But tonight, it's about if. Every time we start a match, it's about if. And this time, it's if David Davies wins, he goes through. If he doesn't, he'll have to wait. If is the word.
Looks like Sam to through first. Game on.
It's a good job that song didn't make it to Greece. If is the word, is the word. Well, it is the word.
$45.
What can't be refuted is that David Davies has started to show up tonight. That performance against Coulson was delightful.
So
if we're going to say David Davies has shown up tonight, are we going to counteract that with saying Sam Spivey just hasn't performed, or certainly not to the level we've seen here at the Super Series so far?
41.
He did play a little bit better against Peterson in Game 5, but he only got 1 leg. Against Coulson, he got 1 leg, but didn't average 80.
60.
Maybe new territory for Sam. And just learning that Group B life in this kind of company is very difficult.
And he came into yesterday's play excited, intrigued, encouraged. But when he came into today's, he came into it with a totally different vibe, because he was now expectant.
60.
He was expectant to get the job done. He was in a good position. He was in a strong position. And the issue is, he's just seen that slowly slip away. Bit defensive.
100.
Whereas David Davies knew what he needed to do. He's come in and he's attacked.
Say one thing about Spivey, he's got pilot's reflexes. Pops the flight off and catches it in mid-air.
Maybe he used to play a bit of cricket.
130.
Bit of super cricket.
Do you like the cricket in Yorkshire?
$58.
Yorkshire cricketers love their darts. Having said that, some Welsh cricketers do as well.
51.
Well, who wins this first leg? Yorkshire or Wales? More likely to be Wales.
54. David Carr, 20.
And Wales do win the first leg.
Davis.
He would love to go 1 step further
Second leg,
on
David
Saturday
through
night.
First.
If he goes 2 steps
Game on.
further, he can be the first Welsh champion. And wouldn't that be something? After all of the Welsh players that have been here who have won
100.
weekly titles and done great things, imagine if Davies was the first name on the Super Series trophy.
140.
Eclipsing the likes of Justin Smith and John Worsley.
Would I be right in saying that it'd be the first person to complete the journey?
100.
As someone who sort of comes from a vault qualifying system all the way through to being the overall champion.
Domestically?
140.
Yes. European-wide, it would have to be Van Velsen. Because we had that final with
70.
Marvin and Jimmy, where they were both ADC qualifiers from Europe. I remember that day when Adam Mould was the first
100.
ADC qualifier to win a weekly title. That was a big day. But David Davies has always been a good player, but since he started coming here, he's become an international player as well.
Good couple of weeks, actually, wasn't it? We had the Adam Mould week, and
140.
also the Adam
Summer
Warner
Car
week was around the same sort of
121.
time.
51 needed.
97. David
If Davies takes this out,
91.
he's a huge favourite to go 4 from 4 tonight. Why is he not going double-double?
51. Summer Car 24.
Is this just something that they don't do, where he plays all of his darts in North Wales?
Game shot on the
It's
second
1-1.
leg, Sam Spivey.
I just question it. It's a question
leg,
of
Sam
surface
to throw
area,
first.
isn't it? You get one chance
Game on.
to take out 74 with 2 darts. What would you rather hit, a treble or a double? Now, I know nobody likes double 17, but it's bigger than the 42.
And would leave him his favourite tops.
79.
I think the prosecution rests. But if we may say so, I think Davies is an uncomplicated player. He doesn't even have his own dart shirt.
86.
He just turns up in a game polo shirt and does things the best way he knows how. And there's nothing wrong with that.
60.
Not everybody has to have a glitzy, glamour-filled dart shirt with sparkly shoes and things like that. He just likes to turn up, be comfortable, and do his best.
Well, Sam Spivey doing the same. He hasn't
85.
even got his Seaside Sam t-shirt on tonight.
This is simple, Sam Spivey. And why is that happening? He's losing a bit of trust, isn't he?
And this ain't the time to start having darts on the floor. It's going to affect not only the score in which you're going to come away with, but as you say, a bit of trust. It's going to affect the psychology.
100. Thank you.
But only certain players are having trouble with something like that. And they're the players who get their darts to sit up just like that.
59.
There's going to be such a great atmosphere in here on Saturday night. A respectful crowd, knowledgeable, and eager to know who will win Super Series 10.
135.
I sincerely hope they're 150 times more respectful than the Graz crowd were earlier today to Richie Edhouse.
100. Thank you. David Carr 95.
Double 19, if he so wishes.
63.
That might be okay for now.
$59. David Carr 32. Getting shot on the
David
third leg,
Davies
David
tonight has
Davis.
held his own.
Fourth leg, David is
And he's
through
inching
first.
closer to another Champions Night.
Game on.
He's getting used to this Super Series malarkey, isn't he? After so many attempts of making Saturday nights in weekly campaigns, now he's getting used to winning them and then taking them
99.
further. He's an evolutionary product. And he's one that
97.
North Wales can be very proud of. You never know. If he wins this title in Series 10, Who knows, he might get sponsored by Wrexham Football Club
59.
and be part of their next documentary.
100.
There's that number you don't like, Matt. 343.
Yeah, I do think that's where the next evolution of the
59.
game is going to come, that counting on the first 6 to make sure that you're not 9 darts away after the 6. Give yourself the chance of that big conversion. Give yourself the chance of making that maximum land.
95. $58.
Just looking back at the history books, on 4 occasions, Group B in Champions Week has been won on 10 points. 4 times.
139.
That's unusual to win the group on 10 points. It happened in Series 2 and 3. One of those times was
43.
John
Simon Carr,
Worsley.
70.
Might look at the 45 here to try and leave double 12.
30.
And just like the previous leg, where Davies was able to miss double 16, Spivey has the luxury of laying up for tops this time.
100. Simon Carr, 40.
Double 10 has been an ally.
Game show on the 4th
And it
leg,
shows
Sam
up.
Spivey.
Hasn't had a great deal of friends tonight on the dartboard, but he's had that
5th
one.
leg, Sam to throw first.
And for the first
Game
time
on.
tonight, he gets 2 legs in a match. Yeah, consequently, 10 points was good enough to win Group B in the last 2 series. Steve West did it in Series 8.
60.
And your pal did it in Series 9, Mr. Labanauskas, and he'd go on to win the title.
Still haunts me, that name.
47.
So how many people have won Group B and gone on to win the entire
96.
thing? Luke Littler did it in Series 4. Scott Taylor did it in Series 6.
99.
Darius did it in Series 9. And the OG did it in Series 1, Conan Whitehead.
140.
But you will not be surprised to hear that the record holder for the most points and the best leg difference in a Group B campaign in Champions Week belongs to the world champion Luke Littler.
100.
14 points and plus 18. Pilgrim got close in Series 5. He was just a leg behind him and on the same points total as
59.
14. But this group looks like it's going to be won on 10 points. It will be won on 10 points.
85.
That is a
Simon Carr,
fact.
146.
Just like Shane McGurk in the last game, it feels like the game's starting to warm up at the back end of the match.
86.
And it feels
David
like Sam
Carr,
Spivey's starting
170.
to go through the gears.
Which could put Davies in the waiting room.
98. Simon Carr, 60.
And you don't want to be there. Double 10 again.
Game show on the 5th
There
leg,
it is again.
Sam Spivey.
Everybody needs a friend.
6th leg, David throw
And
first.
now he's behaving
Game
like
on.
James Wade. Double 10 for a left-hander. Make your own conclusions, but it's a 3-2 lead for Sam. He gets
100.
one more leg here. David Davies is not safe. And still, there's only 4 legs between bottom and top.
177.
Is it Mojo time?
Well, we're starting to question Sam Spivey on this evening. Was the
40.
evening, was the occasion getting to him? Well, when he's needed it the most, he's produced the best. Shane McGurk did it in his last game against Devon Peterson. 11 darter to wrap things up in the
60.
last leg. Sam Spivey starting to produce, looking like he could get a few points on the board, but the way David Davies has been playing, you wouldn't write this being off another game that goes the
125.
distance. Digging deep.
What a
140. Beautiful find, a big find, gets him down to the finish. David Davies needs something big. You feel a ton is not enough here. Needs a couple of trebles.
I'm just looking at the table now.
42.
Someone in the next 60 minutes
Samuel 124.
is going to have their heart on the floor in pieces.
$84.
You can already tell. Davies is thinking, if this is to be over 4 legs to 2,
100. Samuel
he's going to finish in a position that could see him out. Double 10. Strikes again. And Sam gets off the mark. David Davies has done a fine job tonight, but we don't know if it's enough. Spivey's got 1 game left against Shane McGurk. And if David Davies was to have something on a 180 card written in black ink, it would say, Shane, help me.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
McGuire,
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
McGuire,
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
McGuire,
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
McGuire,
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia McGuire,
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
McGuire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George McGuire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back. Well, this is how the land lies in the Group B table, and this is getting ridiculously tense. David Davis, with that defeat before the break there, was actually dropped out of the top three, but could end up back there. Shane McGurk and Sam Spivey are playing in the final game of the night. Could end up being a winner-takes-all clash. Derek Coulson, well, he's once again in that position where he needs results to go through. He's been here now 5 times, matches to qualify, 2 of them in Group A, 2 of them in Group B, and this is what's happened in them. Look at those numbers that his opponents have produced against him. Stopped earlier tonight by David Davis, a 101.31 average, nothing to that 109.31 that Scott Campbell produced against him in Group A, and took his place at finals night. But Coulson's in the position again, and this time the good news, he doesn't actually have to win the game. 2 legs will suffice here for Derek Coulson against Devon Peterson. So he's only got half the job to finish. Can he do it this time around? Let's see with Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, it does feel like the next act for Derek. And as far as the task at hand is concerned, it is getting a little bit easier because he has to win 2 legs only. But how about this? We can't forget about this possibility. Now that Devon is not going to qualify, he is now in the off-the-leash position. If he just goes up there and goes bananas, if he beats Derek Coulson 4-0, he'll go to 6 points and a leg difference of +2. Now, that won't be enough for Devon.
First leg, Derek.
But what would that do to the leg
on.
difference of Coulson? That would put Derek on -2 with 8 points, which would put David Davies back in the top 3.
180.
Horrible situation, really, isn't it, now for David Davies? Because one thing you always want it in your own hands. The worst thing to do now is just be sitting watching the monitor and hoping for
100.
other results and other things to happen, especially when you see Coulson kick off with a max.
And
123.
3 more trebles.
$140.
This is going to be a clash of styles. Devon loves to get on with it, but Derek, as we all know, is deliberate, dependable. He has been somewhat defensive over the last couple of games.
134.
He doesn't want to be something that begins with D. He wants to be something beginning with T.
81.
Through.
Derek Carr, 64.
Right now, he's been quality. What a start to this important leg here for Derek.
$44.
That was for a 12 darter in the opening leg. He will be back. He's earned the opportunity. He's earned the luxury of being able to miss that due to the incredible power scoring.
100. Derek Carr, 20.
Double 10 has been butchered in the previous game. Oh, and now it's a chance for Devon.
No score. Devon Carr, 80.
Double 10. It
Change on
is
the first leg,
haunting
Devon
people
Peterson.
tonight. Double 10 is like a
Second leg,
ghost.
Devon to third first. Game on.
This can't happen, can it?
40.
A possibility where Derek does not get through. That cannot happen.
But for the first time, I mean, we just saw the graphic and we saw the numbers, and you can excuse it not happening until now. You say his opponents have played well, he hasn't really done much wrong. For the first time now, we can say, mistake made.
180.
He had darts, he had opportunities, he missed them. Devon Peterson stepped in, stole the leg.
120.
Why is this happening all of a sudden? Is there a poltergeist at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth? All of a sudden, Devon is scoring like he used to in 2020.
And again, I'm watching the technical side of Devon because it's fascinating me this evening. He's throwing with height. He's
60.
keeping and maintaining the height.
141.
Seems to be when he plays his best, and he's got 6 darts here at the 141. Got the luxury of a setup play,
95.
uses it well, gets himself down. Coulson is in trouble.
$134. Devon Carr 46.
Yeah, he's in trouble, averaging 103.
Game
However,
on the
Devon
second leg,
Peterson,
Devon
this is
Peterson.
vintage.
Third leg, Derek, you through first.
Why
Game
does
on.
this keep happening?
$85.
When they played the second game of this group, it was nowhere near this good. Coulson won comfortably 4 legs to 2.
60.
Could we have possibly forecast what was about to transpire? We could dream of it. We could draw a storyboard of it. Could we believe that that was the case? That it could
96.
realistically happen? I'm not sure.
$43.
This is just Super Series life for you. You want to get your way all the way to Group B in Super Series Champions Week.
80.
You got to be ready to take the swings. It's like getting to the World Series of Poker. There's going to be a time where you have to put about 3.5 million chips in the pot.
81.
And you don't do so on a bluff. You do so when it's strong. But Derek Coulson, every time he's got chips and he sticks them in and
60.
he's confident he's about to double up, somebody pulls a river on him.
$125.
Almost felt like a leg there, very replicant of the first one where Coulson opens a big gap and Devon just clings on. And in that opening leg, Coulson missed a handful of
100.
darts. And that kind of was the start of the downfall.
$100.
One thing we
Devon
do
Carr,
know is that
80.
this group is going to go to the last match. Group C went to the last round. Group A went to the last round. The last dart.
60. Devon Carr 92.
It could be 3-0 Peterson. Bullseye.
Games on the
It
third
doesn't
leg,
get more
Devon
central
Peterson.
than that. What
Fourth
is
leg, Devon
occurring
through
here?
first. Game on.
Derek might be cursed. The usually stoic man from Shropshire
60.
is now thinking, what is this place doing to me?
Here we go again, he'll be thinking. Gonna have to find a couple of breaks to throw now. That was a double break from Devon. Huge bullseye. Going the old school route
100.
as well. Very rare now. We see people go the 25 and ball for the 92.
Well, the live situation is as such.
100.
If Devon wins this leg, David Davies is through. Sam Spivey isn't.
133.
And he is above David Davies. As it stands at the minute, believe it or not, Shane McGurk is top of the
100.
table. That doesn't make sense. He was 5th about 90 minutes ago. That's like saying Leicester City are going to win the Premier League.
58.
They've been relegated.
$83.
Well, that'll pique David David's interest. Devon Peterson first down to a finish, but this is a big 3 darts for Derek Coulson. You feel needs to find a couple of big power trebles, certainly now.
57.
And that causes
Devon
trouble.
158.
Devon Peterson, a big favourite. David Davies, a big favourite on the back of the Peterson darts.
Where's that?
94.
We know where that is.
WK 153.
Yet again, we approach the end of a leg,
57.
seeing that the
WK
South African
64.
captain has not missed a double. Double 4. He's missed a
60.
couple now.
WK 96.
David Davies is watching this. And now he will watch Devon Peterson
56.
at
WK
double 2
4.
to send the Welshman through. One left.
No score. WK 40.
Well, well, well. And there's still another game to go after this.
Game
And
shown
Derek
the fourth
Coulson's
leg,
off the
Derek
mark.
Coulson. Fifth leg, Derek to throw first. Game on.
What more do you want us to say? David Davies was sitting in the practice room thinking, Devon, just hit a double. Just hit that double for me,
100.
please. And then all of a sudden, the weight would be lifted and Davies would be in Champions Night, but he's not there yet. He might not even get there.
21.
Now, if Coulson loses this leg,
140.
he will finish on 8 points and the same leg difference as David Davies. But Davies would still qualify on legs 1
140.
by 1 leg. But from this position, do you know what? I'm not going to speculate anymore. I'm through doing that. Let's just see what happens.
43.
Here I'm lost. It's all over the place at the moment, isn't it? But the one thing is David Davies would have been gutted. Devon Peterson, 5 darts in hand. He probably thought he was through.
180.
He might still be. And Coulson and Davies could still be through if McGurk beats Spivey.
180.
Oh, where's he found that?
WK 160.
What does he do? Do you go for double 19?
95.
Do you want 3
WK
darts at a
38.
double, or do you bank on 2? That'll
Game shown
do.
the fifth leg, Derek Coulson.
Oh, how things can change
Sixth
so
leg, Derek
very,
to throw
very
first.
quickly
Game on.
under the live lounge roof. It looked like Davies.
100.
Now Derek Coulson can win this game. It feels like getting to 10 points in this group is like
93.
getting to the North Pole with tennis rackets on your feet. It's like the Mount Everest of points
Twenty-four.
tallies.
$55.
The only person who isn't moving in the table right now is Devin Peterson. He's bottom.
180.
By virtue of winning 2 legs in a row, Derek Coulson's gone back to the top of the table. This is like watching election night. Vote Derek.
140. $99.
One thing we can confirm, though, Derek Coulson is through. He will be there on Saturday night. The field is starting to take shape. We've only got the one place left to fill, and we're going to be filling that in the next game.
45.
Our lineup
Devon Newcar,
is about to be
78.
confirmed.
I don't think he knows. Why would he? He's living in the mire.
Game shot on
And
the
he's
match,
living in a
Devon
game that he's
Peterson.
lost. What does he know? Well, give him about a minute. When he gets back to the practice room, there's going to be good news for Derek Coulson. He has lost again, but this time he has made it because the 2 legs he needed, he got them, and it's 4-2 Peterson with 1 game to go.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Well, thanks for staying with us. Of course you have stayed with us. Drama like this has not been seen before on the final night of qualification for Champions Night. That is for certain. Let's show you the league table going into this final match between Sam Spivey and Shane McGurk. First and third in the table. Note Derek Coulson in second has scraped through. He is safe, cannot be eliminated, but the other two places are up for grabs. I'll try and just quickly talk you through the possible permutations. Now, David Davis, he's not even in the top three, but there is only one result that can stop him from qualifying. That would be Sam Spivey beating Shane McGurk 4-3. Any other scoreline, David Davis goes into that top three and goes through. And then, if it's not that scoreline, any other win for McGurk and he goes through at Spivey's expense. Any other win for Spivey and he goes through at McGurk's expense. I think that is clear, but Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar will let the story move on, and as we get closer, we will find out more. But I don't think we've ever been in a position like this on a normal week, never mind a Champions Week. So what a way to finish it. Let's find out the final two players through.
It seems pretty simple to us now because we've been working frantically for the last 4 minutes to figure it out with you, Chris, and with everybody else. But it has the feeling of a knockout match, but it's more complicated than that, isn't it? Imagine if you're David Davies thinking, anything but 4-3 Spivey, please? But he could have been through already had Devon Peterson hit match darts earlier against a very relieved Derek Coulson. What a wild ride. And get that counter on, because there's only one more match before Champions Night.
60.
What are you thinking if you're any of these players who are left? Let's start with Shane.
58.
He starts this game in first position in the table, but isn't safe.
I think Shane's probably the one who should be the most composed in this situation. He's played big games before. He's played them very recently. He's won big games. He's won a big title. He's won £50,000.
59.
Just a couple of months ago at the Lakeside. So he should be able to draw on that experience and the positivity of that and try and inject that into this situation. David Davies will probably feel quite confident
100.
due to the fact there's only one scoreline that can take him out. I think right now the eyes, the attention, and essentially the focus is on Sam Spivey.
100.
We can't ignore the fact that McGurk, around about 24 hours ago, had his best performance of this group, beating Davies with a 99-ish average. Anything like that, based on what we've seen from Sam this evening, should be enough.
41. Shane your car 160.
And again, tops.
120.
Last time he went for it, he missed it low.
But this is the dream start, really, for Shane McGurk. In the fact of what's coming back, which right now isn't a lot from Sam Spivey. Giving him a cushion, giving him the luxury of time just to get that cushy holder throw, of which he converts. 16 darter. Good pace.
Second leg Sam to through first. Game on.
One leg down and two more for McGurk will see him through. He just needs legs, like Coulson did.
81.
Well, I'm still convinced he didn't know, because he came off the stage looking very disappointed after that defeat to Devon Peterson.
He will know now. He may just be the most relieved person in Portsmouth. And McGurk is turning up again right at the end of the session.
$140.
We're getting word, Matt, that Derek didn't know until our players marshal downstairs next to the practice room informed him that he was safe.
125.
So he does know now. He might be sitting right next to David Davies with his arm around his shoulder saying, just hang fire.
140.
Better leg though from Spivey, halves the score, first down to a finish. McGurk's power hitting has come to play.
140. Samukar 140.
You feel this may need to go.
It's not going to. Even this single 20 is really hard to hit.
It doesn't like that. Had to come right the way across. Try and open up the bed. Great dart.
Samukar 56.
Got over the top of the flight, which wasn't easy.
Up to tops.
$46.
Oh,
Samukar
Spivey
40.
now. Looking to equalise.
Game
He
show on
doesn't
the
need
second
tens
leg,
this
Sam
time.
Spivey.
Best of 5 to decide who
Third leg changes
progresses.
through first. Game on.
It was never going to be simple. This is one of the longest Group Bs that we've had ever,
180.
but one of the most enthralling. Sometimes sport goes into the early hours. Remember the snooker in 1985? Dennis Taylor, Steve Davis?
100.
More than 20 million people watched that, and it was 2 balls on the table. The white and black.
93.
Oh, what is Sam up to now? Has he come to life?
High quality. Under this pressure, in this circumstance, with this much context and story surrounding it.
What's going on with this?
123. Samukar 48.
This is to get 2 of the 3 he needs.
23.
Oh, it's a wide.
Samukar 98.
He missed 2 darts in the last leg. Shane McGurk. He's missed 2 in this. He's been first to the double. He could have been 3-0 up.
Oh, boy,
leg,
it's
Sam
an 11
Spivey.
darter. What a leg.
Fourth leg Sam to through first. Game on.
Who's thinking what right now? Spivey needs 4 legs. That quintessential calm
140.
nature that he's shown when he won his week, and has shown pretty much on the whole until tonight. It's back.
96.
And they're feeding off each other, aren't they? Sometimes when one player goes, the other goes with them. And that's what we're getting right now. Just 2 players that are just embracing the battle.
80.
Not thinking it, not worrying what their opponent's doing, just so focused on themselves.
140.
Shane McGurk is averaging 111. He was throwing first in this match, and he is losing.
140.
Because Spivey is being relentless. If you're David Davies right now, are you thinking, Sam,
133. Samukar
win this
141.
4-2 or 4-1? I don't care who goes through as long as I go through 2.
60. Samukar 132.
Anything but 4-3 for David Davies.
$92. Samukar 81.
This is massive. Does he need the bull? He does.
56.
Now Shane can
Samukar
equalise to
40.
take us to an even closer game.
$20. Samukar 25.
You can almost hear his stomach sink when that double 10 is missed.
Game shown the fourth.
That
leg,
is
Sam
ruthless.
Spivey.
And Shane McGurk is really close to elimination now.
Fifth leg Shane to through first. Game on.
He started this game at the top of the table. He could end it in 4th. This is a
96.
sport where your dreams can come true, but my word, can your nightmares, they can come up quickly.
140.
There are people who call Sam Spivey, man. But Shane McGurk will be calling him his worst nightmare
95.
if this keeps going on.
$140.
Absolute quality here from Sam Spivey. That is his 6th 140.
And they've got 4 180s in this game collectively.
Shane McGurk's got 3 of them. And unable to land a blow here despite the 105.
97.
It's all right now about Sam Spivey.
Let's not forget he's 3 out of 5 on the doubles as the man from Scarborough. Shane has had
45.
chances. He's 1 hit from 9.
But that was a slip from Spivey. Doesn't leave a finish. An invitation here from McGurk.
99.
It's not bad.
Sort of felt like the minimum, didn't it? Get yourself down to that 1 treble combo.
I think McGurk knows he needs to hit this 114.
140.
He really does.
114.
Summon everything. He can't. And the exit
58.
door
Samuel Carr,
might be
36.
open for the WDF World Champion. As Sam
James on the match,
Spivey
Sam
goes
Spivey.
to Champions Night. The 2 people eliminated from this group are the ADC Global Champion and the WDF World Champion. David Davies has made it only just. Derek Coulson's made it only just. And with that 4-1 performance against the champ, Sam Spivey, after a tumultuous evening, has just gone on to win Group B on 10 points.
Welcome back. Here's what's happened on Friday night here at the Super Series. The last chance to make it through to Champions Night. They're the set of results that have led to an extraordinary ending to this group. David Davis, fantastic tonight. He won his first 3 matches, then lost out 4-2 to Sam Spivey. That meant that going into the final 2 games, we didn't know any of the players that would be going through from this group. Derek Coulson needed 2 legs against Evan Peterson to qualify. At that point, he found himself 3-0 down and got them. And then Sam Spivey's 4-1 win over Shane McGurk meant that Shane McGurk went from top of the table to finishing 4th in the table, missing out on qualification. And David Davis, Derek Coulson and Sam Spivey go through. I'm delighted to say 2 of them are with me in the studio now. 2 very happy men, 2 very relieved men, I'm sure. Look, I'll start with you, Derek. Said there that match against Devon, you needed a couple of legs. Did you know that at the time?
No, I thought I had to win it. I honestly thought I knew if I win it, I'm through. But I missed a few doubles in the first leg, and then it wasn't my head dropped. Devon was throwing some good darts. I think I played okay. I don't even know what the stats were, but I played okay. But I just thought I've got to try and win it. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've been in that position a few times this week as well. I think that was the 5th match you got into knowing, win this and I'm through. But the performances that they've put in against you at that point, including David yesterday, remarkable.
Yeah, it was always going to be hard, no matter who you are. I mentioned that yesterday. No matter who you play, it's always going to be difficult. I think we all turned up today knowing that we all had to try and win games. You know, David in the same situation. Our game is ton finish at the end to make it 4-3 was cracking darts. So I think we were all in the same situation. I don't think anybody played great today. I haven't seen the stats, but I think there was a lot of pressure. There's a lot of nerves out there tonight.
David, what about yourself? Because you win your first 3 matches, go into that final game in that position, knowing if you win that one you through, you don't, and then you've got this agonising wait. What was that experience like, not being on the stage and just waiting to see how it unfolded?
I don't usually look at anything of who needs what and what it is. It is what it is. I just try and win all my games, and knowing that I'm still in the mix, because I thought I was unlucky yesterday. I played some really good stuff. I probably should have come away maybe more than 2 points, but everyone played really, really well against me. I left a little bit gutted, really, but I knew I was playing well. Won my first 3 games today, and going into that the last game with Sam and Shane, I was pacing up and down that practice room. You might need a new carpet. I was walking up and down there, and he was like, "Oh, who do you need? What do you need?" And there was so many equations of Shane winning, Sam winning, but no, I'm here, so no, I've rode my luck, and no, I'm really happy.
Yeah, there was only one scoreline in that match that could have actually knocked you out in the end. That was if Sam had won it 4-3. Did you become aware of that? Were you watching it with sound on and know what was happening?
To be fair, before they started, there was 3, 4, 5 trying to work everything out down there, and there were so many equations that I didn't really know. I was cheering for Shane, I was cheering for Sam. I didn't know, and then someone said, all you don't need is a Sam 4-3, and he turned out to win 4-1. Yeah, I am in Champions League finals again.
Derek, what was it like in the practice room tonight? Because for most of the night, Devon fell sort of halfway through the evening, but for most of the night, all of you were still in it.
It was tense. You could tell how tense it was. We were all in the same situation. Obviously, me and Sam came in 6 points, and I knew that first game against Sam was going to be a big game. So when I got that, I thought, okay, I can relax now. But I didn't relax. And I think we were all in the same situation where we were all trying to push and all trying to do a little bit too much. It was tough out there, and you could feel it. You could feel the tension out there.
You've both been here before, obviously. I asked Derek this question yesterday, and I'm going to ask the same one to you, particularly after a night tonight. Does Champions Week feel very different to your normal Super Series week?
Of course it does. It just means that little bit more. Loads of people have won weeklies, but not many people have won Champions Week, so it does mean that little bit more, and you can feel the atmosphere, the tension in the back room. I've been here for weeks, and people are chatty and stuff, and you come to Champions Week, people are just quiet and they don't want to give too much away. So yeah, it definitely is different, but it's big prize, big money on the line. So yeah, it is going to be different.
Absolutely. And look, playing in a group like this must serve you well for Saturday night.
Oh, definitely. To get through the week I won is a great warm up for this kind of week. But with all champions, it is going to be tough. I was more happy to be in B. You've got that little bit more leeway. But yeah, every game is tough. So to get through to another Champions League, I'm absolutely over the moon.
And Derek, you've been here since Monday. What a roller coaster this week's been for you. Just try and sum it up.
Yeah, my first Group A, probably not the best to do it in Champions Week, but it was tough. I felt great at the start of the week, and then obviously, you know, Scott played amazing on the Wednesday, and he deserved to go through. And I did a reset yesterday, but today was hard. I found it difficult, but hopefully I can again just reset. It's one day tomorrow. That's all it's about, one day. And me and David now I've been in the last 3 Champions Saturdays. David's been in the last 2. So hopefully we can go again tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And that consistency as well to keep getting back to Champions Weeks and Champions Nights even. It's not something that many players do. So you must feel that your game's in a really good place.
Yeah, it's been in a good place for a while, but it doesn't get any easier. But I'm confident. I played well Thursday, played all right tonight, but it was a little bit more pressure. You do want to get to that Saturday. Your name's in the hat. It's a raffle. So tomorrow's a fresh day. No, I'm really looking forward to it. And sorry, Derek, but I'm hope I lift the trophy before you.
Well, let's start to look ahead to tomorrow then. These are the groups for Champions Night. So Scott Campbell, Derek Coulson and Mervyn King, Sam Spivey, Jenson Walker and David Davis. That is the groups for Champions Night tomorrow. So you are separated, so you may end up meeting in the semis or the final. But I'll start with you, Derek. Your initial reaction, that chance for revenge on Scott Campbell and this continuing bromance with Mervyn King.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter what group you're in. It's irrelevant to me. I mean, Jenson's played fantastic. We know how good David is. And Sam's just been brilliant. He's just so calm. It's amazing. That last game there was phenomenal. He knew he had to win it. It was amazing. Scott, love him to bits. He's a great guy. Hopefully he can miss a few trebles tomorrow, but Mervyn will be tough. He's just a fighter, and I think we all know what we're going to get. So I'm going to have to be on form. Simple as that. If I'm not on form, then I'm going to struggle, but hopefully I can bring it tomorrow and really push them.
Same sentiments for you?
Yeah, pretty much. Again, new group, fresh start. The group speak for themselves, aren't they? They're there because they deserve to be there. So I've been with Sam for 2 days. Jensen played really well, as Derek said. So no, I'm looking forward to it, and I'm really hoping I can push through and get through to the 10 o'clock show, as I call it, and push on from there, really.
What would it mean to you to be lifting this trophy on Saturday night?
Well, I've been here, lost in the semi-final to Tom Sykes. So that hurt. I did think, when I ever get there again, will I get the chance? Now I've got it. I want it more. So no, it'd absolutely mean absolutely everything to me.
And Derek, for yourself?
It'd be amazing. It'd be amazing. I mean, I've been to the last 2, and I have failed in the group stages, and I have to admit I did fail. But yeah, it'd be incredible. I can't wait for tomorrow, and hopefully put that right.
We can't either. We'll let you both go and rest. Well done. Many congratulations. It is an opportunity for David Davis, Derek Coulson and Sam Spivey to add their names to the Modus Super Series Roll of Honour.
It's the barbarian Conan Whiting! Raymond Smith!
Going to get better than that too. A double 14.
He is Jim McEwen!
Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison! Marvin Van Velzen!
And a reminder of how those 3 got there: Sam Spivey, Derek Coulson and David Davis occupying the top 3 spots. Shane McGurk missing out on leg difference by 1 leg as well, and Devon Peterson by 1 victory. They go through. They joined Scott Campbell, the winner of Group A, Jensen Walker, the winner of Group C, and Mervyn King, runner-up in that group. So we now have our full field for Champions Night. And we had to wait right until the end. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar were commentating on that. Look, that was brain-blowing stuff, wasn't it, all the way throughout the evening, Paul?
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we live for. And I think it's one of the reasons why this project was invented, because we understood that round-robin darts has a great deal of joy attached to it, and heartache, and complication. So when you get used to this format, and you've been doing it for a number of years like we have, you think you've seen it all, and then you realize you haven't. You have nights like tonight, in weeks like this, and you feel darts really can deliver on a different level. I really do feel for Shane. He's worked really hard this week, but you've got to mix the joy with the heartache, and this will make him stronger. He'll want to come back and put this right.
Yeah, and the two people we've just spoken to there, in Derek Coulson and David Davis, obviously elated, but I got a real sense of relief.
Yeah, and rightly so as well. And the way it was happened, you know, because they didn't go through as winners. They didn't win their games. They didn't have that moment where I hit this double and I'm through. They had to rely on other things happening. They either had to rely on the table, the results, someone else's game. David Davis was pacing around for 2 matches there, with a possibility in game 9, a possibility in game 10. So it was out their hands. So that's where the relief really does come from, because they didn't have the chance to cross the line themselves.
Sam Spivey did go and get the job done when he needed to in that final game, and that showed character, didn't it? Because it hadn't gone his way up to that point.
Yeah, that was a performance and a half. I mean, that's the second time he's averaged over 101 in this group. So to be able to do it in that moment, I think it was Derek just now saying how calm he is. That could be a really good card to have in your back pocket come Saturday night, because he didn't perform earlier on, and we thought maybe there's a chink in the armour. But it turns out he was saving his best for last. And when he needed it, he found it. He's got calmness that we all crave. And to be able to do that against a champion like Shane, I think everybody has now taken note that Sam Spivey may just be for real.
Yeah, it feels like a long, long time ago since Jensen Walker and Mervyn King made it through. But just let's have a word on them, starting with Mervyn, because he was the favourite before a dart was thrown this week. How do you feel it's gone for him, and what kind of position is he going into Champions Night in?
He'll probably go in as one of the favourites, if not the favourite, based on reputation, based on CV, based on what he's been doing in other rooms as well, not just here. All he knows is winning here at the moment. All he knows is success. He hasn't had to taste that defeat yet, and he'll want to keep that going. He battled very hard today. There was times where he looked fatigued. There was times it just didn't seem to be going. But then he'd pull a big moment out, the 106 to get through. Other big moments in there. He can dig deep when he needs to. He can pull it out. And he's going to be very, very dangerous. I personally would put him as favourite for tomorrow night.
And look, Paul, Scott Campbell snatched victory from Derek Coulson in Group A. We know what's happened in this group, and we've just spoken about Mervyn King there. Was it the teenager, Jensen Walker, who actually went through the most comfortably?
Yeah, I have to say so. And if anything, he's learned to do this under this roof the hard way, because he's had his heartache before and he's gone away, he's rebuilt. He's had heartache at the start of, or the end of his youth campaign in the WDF as well. So he's actually grown since the start of this year. And to answer your question, yes. He's the one who had the comfort, but he created that for himself with big scoring and improved doubling. After his first game in Group C, he was 40% from there on in. So well done to him.
We had a bit of reaction from the players themselves on the groups for finals night. Let's just show those again and get your reaction to this. So we'll give you Group 1, Matthew. Scott Campbell, Derek Coulson, Mervyn King. I mean, it's Champions Night. It's going to be tough. But I'm going to have to ask you to predict who's going to make it through from that group.
Well, it's absolutely brutal. And I think you can't turn away from Mervyn King. But then you look at who he's in there with, Coulson and Campbell. He could quite legitimately go out in the group stage. Scott Campbell's been brilliant this week. He's been brilliant, a revelation, getting his career back on track, committing a little bit more time to the sport now. I'm going to go Campbell and King, but I feel...
I'll ask you again tomorrow. Yeah. May have changed by then. You've got Group 2, Spivey, Walker, Davis.
I'm sticking with David Davies. He was the outsider for Group B. He did a great job tonight, put himself in the reckoning to even win the group as well. I think Davies is going to get to the semis again. I think it will be between Spivey and Walker. I think those guys, when they have their battle, that could be the game of the night. So I'm going to go for Davies and one other.
We've been counting down, of course, to Champions Night, and we can officially say now there are 0 games remaining before Champions Night. It is coming up. It's been an incredible Champions Week so far, hasn't it? What are your takeaway memories from this week before we go into Champions Night?
There have been plenty of moments, and they've all been very pertinent. The 119 checkout on Tuesday for Derek Coulson, we thought it was a huge moment at the time. It turns out that it really wasn't. It didn't tell us what was happening in the group. But as each day went by, there were little smidgens of moments, but I think that Group B situation is something I will never forget. And it's not just a moment, it was the whole thing.
It was remarkable. We have got a bumper day for you planned tomorrow here on the Super Series channel for Champions Day, I suppose, if you like. We're looking back at the highlights of Marvin van Velzen's time here at the Super Series, a former champion himself. A documentary on Luke Littler 1 year on from his success here at the Super Series. He's gone on to achieve several things. Champions Night highlights when Darius Labanauskas won the previous series, and then Champions Night gets underway from 7:30 live here on the channel on Pluto TV. It is going to be a dramatic evening if tonight's anything to go by, so make sure you tune in.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes and the target is...